Ready to lose the hat and regrow the hair? With Chews by Hims, you can regain your hair and your confidence. Our chews are powered by clinically proven ingredients like minoxidil and finasteride, so you can grow thicker, fuller hair in 3 to 6 months.
Celeb Source, your source for celeb news, all the way from Vegas. Now today we have.
All right, what we got over here, man? Look. We got the information. We got the Met Gala, man. You know, the Met Gala was like, I think it was on Monday and stuff like that. And some stuff came. I should have dropped it earlier, like, you know, the earlier video, but I ain't get to it. You know what I'm saying?
We are just east of the U.S. Capitol, about 8 miles or so, at the home of the Commanders, Northwest Stadium in Landover. About set for football. The crowd is definitely ready. So are we. Off we go on EA Sports. And they'll be set up well as he is past the 35-yard line. Unbalanced look here to the right side on 1st and 10. Allen going to throw to get things going. That's taken in. It gains Cook. And they'll have it across midfield down at the opposing 46-yard line.
Every once in a while, it just comes down to you need somebody in the huddle to just make a play. And it wasn't a whole lot fancy here. The quarterback just dumps the ball down, a quick underneath completion.
Celeb Source, your source for celeb news, all the way from Vegas. Now today we have.
All right, what we got over here, man? Look. We got the information. We got the Met Gala, man. You know, the Met Gala was like, I think it was on Monday and stuff like that. And some stuff came. I should have dropped it earlier, like, you know, the earlier video, but I ain't get to it. You know what I'm saying? Because we dropped something else. We also got we got Kanye with the paparazzi, man. How that's going? We got some bad news with the game, man, and what's going on with him, man. We're gonna talk a little bit about that. We also got an Asian doll talking about Rihanna should get married and should not get married, and your health coverage might be gone, man. Again, thanks for tuning in to Celeb Source Show. If this is your first time to the channel, man, be sure to hit that like button if you feel any part of the content. We definitely appreciate that. That notification bell's waiting for your task, so go and give it a tap in. That subscribe button's waiting for your subscription, and that beeping sound in the background is my microwave. It ain't my fire extinct, my fire alarm, or whatever the thing is called, okay? Listen. The game got some super duper bad news that's going on with him, man. You know, I like bro, man. You know what I'm saying? Except for that one time where he was talking about how celebrities are more important than fans. But outside of that, okay, you know, he was dealing with like what you would call it, an assault of a sexual nature, like a lawsuit that dealt with that, okay? I think the lady's name was Priscilla Rainey, I want to say. She sued the game back in 2015 for 10 mil, okay? But he never showed up in court to fight the charges, so the judge awarded her $7.1 million. You know what you could do with $7.1 million, man? Man, if I get my hands on $7.1 million, it's over. You know what I'm saying? Hey, my bad. Listen, he never showed up in court, okay? And he did everything in his power not to pay her, man. They even said that he I think like he got whacked 100 to buy his house or something weird like that, and so that he couldn't give her the money. Whatever the case may be, the whole thing hasn't played out well for the game, okay? Rainey's legal team got access, or I guess they seized the house, and now the judge has ordered the house's sale to cover the multi-million-dollar judgment that's owed to Priscilla Rainey, man. So I guess, you know, certain publications are saying like the man is homeless, or I guess he lost his house to that particular situation, man. That's crazy stuff right there, but I mean, it is what it is. You know what happens when you don't show up for court, right? Like that tends to be how it plays out. Take a look at so you know, I don't know, like I don't even know what to say about a situation like that. Okay. Anyway, take a look at this clip with Kanye West and the paparazzi, and how the man deals with paparazzi, which I feel like he's 100% correct in how he dealt with them. But take a look at this show real quick.
Hey. I need gas money, but I don't get paid till next week.
Kanye. Shut the fuck up. Stop asking me questions. You out in front of my house at 4 a.m. Tell me, how's it going? It's not going good. Relax. Nah. What you mean relax? We're on the street. I did nothing to you. What you mean? What you mean relax? We're on the street, man. You're not hitting me. I don't do nothing to you, man. We don't want to fight. We're in the street.
You know we like you.
Shut the fuck up. It's 4 a.m. You blood-sucking mosquito.
You left the bag right there, Kanye.
You want me to be standing out in front of your house at 4 a.m.?
I just want you to know we're here to support you, though.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm just here to support you.
Shut the fuck up. You bully. You fucking mosquito. Bully. Pick a profession and shit with some type of respect to it.
Have a good day now.
That's how I feel when I be going into work early in the morning and folks be, you know what I'm saying, be greeting their brother. You know what I mean? Like, I be feeling like that a lot of times. Like, I don't, like, that's how I want. Here's a real problem. It looked like Kanye was trying to sneak back into the house, and they making all this noise and stuff like that. He keep, you know what I'm saying? He keep having to try to tell him, like, yo, man, like, shut the cuss up, okay? And they ain't seem to get it. I don't know why, but it seemed like what they was doing, it should be illegal or something like that, man. I mean, the fact that they would be right at his door and then snapping all them pictures, it is one of them situations that made me want to, like, made me wish that he told his goons, like, yo, shut the doors. Like, shut the door. Let's lock these dudes in and take their cameras and bust it over their head type stuff. Like, because that is a straight violation from what I saw from them, man. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, I guess it's what comes with the territory of being famous, man. Yeah, I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying I think that's what comes with it, unfortunately. Anyway, so Met Gala went down, okay, and all kinds of celebrities showed up. Well, first and foremost, let me. Do I want to start this with? No, let me start this with the images, okay? We got a couple of different images of how some of these folks is looking at the Met Gala, and I'm gonna tell you right now, man. Well, let me preface it with this, okay? I didn't really know too much about the Met Gala. All right, when I saw, all I did was just see it. I didn't understand what it was. Okay, so upon looking at it, it looks like, what's it called? The Capitol? I think it's the Capitol in the Hunger Games. Wherever them rich people would gather and stuff like that, and they was dressed all extravagantly, and they looked like a bunch of clowns. They looked ridiculous, right? I think it was at the Capitol. Okay, in the Hunger Games, that's what the Met Gala looked like to me. All right, so I had to look it up. I was like, yo, man, what's the purpose? I had to look into what the purpose is of the Met Gala was. Okay, and apparently it's a fundraiser. All right, it's a fundraiser for the Costume Institute at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. Now, I didn't know that. So, essentially, it's this big fashion event where a bunch of celebrities show up in all their wild-themed outfits and whatnot, okay? And it's part charity, part fashion showcase, and the whole 9 yards. And I think this year's Met Gala event raised the biggest amount of money for for the Met Gala. I want to say 77 million was raised. I'm not 100% sure. It's weird what money be raised for, right? Like what money is raised for different things or whatever. But I did kind of, I guess the vibe that I was getting of a lot of these rich folks, looking like this, it kind of just rubbed me the wrong way. That's kind of what I felt about it. And there's a lot of folks that did show up at the Met Gala, okay? Who did I see? Who did we see at the Met Gala? We saw, let me see who we saw here. We saw Tiana Taylor, okay? She had on, she had the do-rag. She got me with the do-rag, okay? I hate the shoulder pads. I never liked big, broad shoulder pads, especially on women's outfits. I always thought it looked weird, okay? When I look at the physique of men and women, I feel like men always have broad shoulders. So when I see broad shoulders on women, that always kind of bugged me out, right? Especially with these damn shoulder pads that she had on right here. But I guess her fit looks like it could be probably the best fit that was there. But let me keep going through the pictures here. We got Pharrell. Pharrell had on, I think his vet, like his jacket, I think that was made of like all pearls, is what I read, right? I think it's all pearls or something to that effect. So that's Tiana Taylor and Pharrell. They stuck out to me. Also, who else stuck out? We got Cardi B, right? Cardi B's fit was kind of nice too. I ain't gonna front. Wait, did it pause? Am I recording pause? Oh no, it didn't pause. Okay, look. Come on, all right, look, it resumed. Come on, man, get it together. All right, look. We got Cardi B. Cardi B's fit was nice. Okay, she had probably one of the better fits that I did see. Oh, no. Kamala's joint was hot, but we'll get to that. We got Doja Cat. She got the broad shoulder outfit. I don't like none of those. Right? Lizzo was looking fine. Okay, so I like what she had on. It looked elegant, right? If you ask me, Doechii, no. Future, I think they say he cut his hair, right? This picture looks like he cut his hair. He looks like a fine young chap right here, right? Who else we got over here, man? We got, all right. So like I told you, Kamala was at the Met Gala. Who? Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Andre 3000 had a piano on it, a full-blown piano on his back, and apparently Andre 3000, I believe he released an album. He released an album that's just nothing but, he said it's the worst rap album that you're going to hear, but I think the album is just the piano, okay? And it sounded like he was like, yo, I was just running my fingers through the keys. I didn't really know what I was doing, so good luck trying to ask him to repeat what he did, right? We saw Kamala Harris, right? There ain't nothing wrong I can say about Kamala. She can wear whatever she wants, okay? She tried, she did her best, and we failed her, right? But she had on a nice little elegant outfit right here. I'm feeling it, all right? Now, let me just tell you, the theme for this year's Met Gala was superfine, all right? Tailoring black style. That was the theme, all right? It's supposed to explore black dandyism and its impact on fashion. You're like, yo, what's black dandyism? Well, I'm so glad you asked, okay? It's like a fashion cultural type of movement that's connected to black identity and stuff like that, okay? Extravagant tailoring. They want to show off like an air of elegance and refinement. It goes back to like the 1800s, I want to say, okay? And, okay, so my peoples is telling me is when the black folks took the garments that were given to them by the masters? And even when they worked in lower positions, so they was given their garments, and then they freaked it. They essentially freaked the garments and made the joints. Oh, so that's why the outfits look so wild at the Met Gala with this one? Customizing and tailoring and I'm saying that's why the Met Gala, like the idea is like, yo, this is the best we could do with the scraps that we got. Right? Now I know the Met Gala's all the time, but I'm saying black dandyism type situation. Okay, that's interesting. It's like basically what black people did with the food that we got. That's why we got chitlins and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? See that, man? See that? Look, that's what I say. Every man need a woman in the back. You know what I mean? We're a woman in the background kind of letting us know what the hell's going on, because sometimes we be lost. You know what I'm saying? Now, when I looked it up, it was telling me that the dandies often dressed in stylish, well-tailored clothing, blending elements of European aristocracy with personal flair, all while making a statement about class, status, and defiance of social expectations. So maybe maybe it's a mockery of the Capitol in the Hunger Games type stuff, right? No? My people's are telling me. My people's telling me the Janet Jackson video with Heavy D where they were wearing the zoot suits. They had the padding, so the bright colors, bright handkerchiefs and big brim hats, just to imitate wealth and all that stuff. Yeah. No. Everything you told me, I gotta tell the people. I'm telling the people right now, we live over here, yo. You like we live? No, like live for me, not live for you. For you is recorded, pre-recorded, okay? But look, a lot of that is what the dandyism, I guess, is. That's what dandyism expresses, right? I wasn't really 100% sure. You know what I'm saying? I didn't pay attention in history class. I was high. You know what I'm saying? But that's the gist of it. I gave you the gist of it. I helped you out. You didn't know. Congratulations, okay? Oh, yeah. Kamala Harris, right? What's my time look like? Let me see. 10 minutes? Okay, whatever. We keep it going. Kamala Harris, she looked elegant. I love Kamala. Nicki Minaj, she looked pretty good with this one. Okay. Kylie Jenner, no thank you. Halle Berry.
Dinner's on me. Don't worry.
Really nice job here by the defense, staying disciplined as the quarterback gets flushed from the pocket. I mean, how often do we see
The other one mixed up.
creep in?
But yeah, Halle Berry's, she's beautiful as ever. As always, she's eternally beautiful. Okay? And then Janelle Monáe with this getup that looks like what it looks like. Okay? I mean, it is what it is. I mean, shout out to her. She was very creative with it. Can I put it like that? I'll put it like that. Okay? And at the Met Gala, you know who we also saw? Perfection. That is Rihanna. Okay? Y'all know I love me some Rihanna. Okay? Rihanna showed up, and you know what she had with her? She showed up in a dress for two. She had a little baby bump. You know what I'm saying? Congratulations to her and ASAP Rocky. All right? She showed up with the baby bump. Okay? Looking beautiful as always. All right? And she highlight, and I love when every time there's like a big event, she shows that baby bump off. You know what I mean? She did that at the Super Bowl, and now she's doing it here. Lovely outfit. Rihanna can do no wrong as far as I'm concerned. Okay? And so here's the other piece, right? I guess, you know, a lot of folks have seen Rihanna's baby bump, and one person decided to, try to throw eggs at her, right? And they said, 3 babies and no ring. Rihanna is just like y'all. I said, damn, man. You know, folks are so unhappy, they can't help it. Like, unhappiness and misery, or being miserable, is contagious. You know that, right? You got to get away from people like that, because they will really try to drag you down. You're like, well, why are you reading their comment? So I want to read to you what Asian Doll said in response to that. When that person said 3 babies and no ring, Rihanna just like y'all, Asian Doll came in and said, she's a billionaire. I wouldn't marry you poor ass ninjas either. So y'all can take everything I have in a divorce settlement. She's a queen. I think Asian Doll might be right with that one, right? A lot of you broke ninjas would be married to Rihanna, and as soon as then you want to try to cut and run and stuff like that and get, what is it, alimony? Something to that effect, okay? You know what you would do. What dude did to Britney Spears, okay? Yeah. So I guess she was just personally triggered. Who's sending me messages? Somebody said hello. So, I'll be texting back goodbye sometimes. But, don't text back nothing, okay? Just in case it's a scam. Listen. So, Asian Doll essentially says that Rihanna should not get married because she's a billionaire. I think when a person is a billionaire, if they're not already married, I don't really know how, like with the way that the laws are designed in the United States of America, I don't really know if that would be like in their best interest for a billionaire to get married. What you say? Biblically, my people are saying, what about biblically? I think, if you became a billionaire with the person that you were married to, that's cool, right? Like, let's say, LeBron James type of situation, from what I understand. But if you were already a billionaire, and then I think it's not the greatest of, I think if you're going to get married, I think you got to be very, very super discerning and careful if you are already a billionaire. You got to be way more discerning before you make the baby with them. I'm saying discerning before you even get with a person. If you are a billionaire, I think you should be so discerning. Like this, how can I say this? I think the more money you make, right, the more people want to show up to try to spend that money. So before you link up with anybody, you got to be ultra discerning. And I guess if you already made a baby with the person, well, maybe then that's a good reason to get married, I guess, right? Because I do believe children are one of the greatest and best reasons for a marriage. You see what I'm saying? The foolishness that we be hearing about, oh, well, what if you're in love and all this other dumb stuff like that? Yeah, that might be part of it, but I don't think that's like an excellent reason, especially here in America. You know what I mean? Because our version of love is all skewed and stuff like that. But yes, billionaire status, She'd have to be very careful, but I guess what my peoples are saying is on point. If you already made a baby with him, then like you're already in. It's like you're already in on the other side. Yeah. The baby is more important than the money, without a doubt. Okay. So should she be married to ASAP Rocky? Yeah, I think that's a good sign for. I think a marriage is more important than anything else. You know what I'm saying? Because I think like family is the foundation of society. You know what I mean? I don't know. Let me know in the comments what you think about that. Because I got to spend some more time to think through that. And I'm doing this live. You know we live? No. I'm live. You're not live. Yeah, I mean you pre-recorded. Listen, never mind all that. Let's get to some bad news. Ready? Okay. A lot of Americans are about to lose their health coverage. Just letting you know, out the gate, Congressman Greg Landsman, I feel like it's my responsibility to let you know since we got this platform. It says here, tens of millions of Americans, this is what he posted, Congressman Greg Landsman said, tens of millions of Americans, that's like 40 million, 50 million, 70 million, 80 million, tens of millions of Americans are about to lose their health care. Congressional Republicans, it seems like they're always connected to these kinds of things, aren't they? Congressional Republicans are working to cut nearly $1 trillion in health care to pay for tax cuts for the uber wealthy. Surprise, surprise. But they're not coming right out to say that. There's three ways they're going to try to say that. They'll say they want to kick it back to the states, right? Now, when they say kick it back to the states, Medicaid covers 70 million Americans. The federal government pays 70% of the cost. States cover the other 30%. If you kick it back to the states, I don't even want to say the other 30%. I'm going to say states cover the rest. If you kick it back to the states, they cannot make up the difference. Okay? Translation, they're cutting health care. Okay? Here's another way they'll put it. Work requirements. Almost everyone on Medicaid works. If they can't work, there's a reason. Congressional Republicans know this. And here's a third way, right? They'll try to reword it, but it's going to be the same outcome. They'll say, what is it? Work requirements, and then, where's the third one? Only for the most vulnerable. That's the other phrase. Only for the most vulnerable, okay? Republicans say they want Medicaid just for people with real disabilities as opposed to the fake ones. Medicaid has expanded to over 20 million more people. Folks who need health care can't get it privately and rely on it to stay healthy and alive. So when you hear they want to kick it back to the states, there are work requirements or focus on the most vulnerable, all three means they're cutting health care. Okay? They're cutting health care for tax cuts for the super wealthy. And if they don't extend tax cuts for the wealthiest people, they don't have to cut health care. Greg Landsman says, I'll be in the room for the fight. I intend to do everything in my power to win it. The more they hear from you, the more likely it is that we win this fight and everyone gets to keep their health care. Please make no mistake about this. You understand? The GOP right now, this is what Kamala said. This is not absolute chaos. There is a strategic push for a particular outcome. This is part of the strategic push. They want certain people to be super wealthy, and they want to widen the gap between the rich and the poor. You understand? What'd you say? They want worker bees. You understand? They don't want just poor people. They want you to work your heart out and make as little money as possible and keep them in power. You understand? That's what they're aiming for. And I would love to see how like the future elections are going to play out, if they're going to try to pivot over and act like, oh no, we're really on your side. We've seen the error of our ways. We cannot fall for the bullish. You understand? Let me go to my shout-outs real quick. Let's see who we got on deck. Who we got, man? All right, who we got over here? Shout out to I Tried to Tell You. I Tried to Tell You said, yes, celeb, you would have been cooked. Now, I Tried to Tell You is speaking about when I spoke about...
Is that a JetBlue card?
Well, it's pretty clear the main reason why they find themselves trailing in this game, Mike, has really just been the inefficiency of this offense.
And the joint not being able to light because it was laced with crack. You understand? And how blessed I was at the fact that it didn't light. Now, I don't know if that's a normal occurrence. Those of y'all that smoke weed with crack, let me know if that's normal, right? When you try to light it, did it not light? I'm dying to know what your thought process is on that. You know what I'm saying? I tried to tell you, said, you would have been cooked. God definitely did you a solid on that one. I always said that God looks out for us even when we don't know it, okay? So, yeah, God definitely does look out for his boys, you know what I'm saying? And his kids, all right? Who else we got over here, man? T. Bryant? T. Bryant said... All right, T. Bryant said, I love the way you make sense of things. I appreciate that, T. Bryant. Your boy be needing ego stroking. You know what I'm saying? I don't get enough of it in real life. You know what I mean? Most of my ego stroking comes right here, okay? So, I'll take it. Who else we got over here? Pink JT. Pink JT said, from experience. Okay, so remember yesterday I said, ladies, make sure you big up your peoples, your men's, you know what I mean? That look, you gonna give yourself to him sexually, like what's the problem with, you know what I'm saying, showing them some affection or bigging them up, right? Pink JT said, from my experience, I bigged up my man and my ex-best friend wanted to try him out. So it sounds like she's saying that she bigged up her man to her ex-best friend. I don't know. She says, I bigged up my man and my ex-best friend wanted to try him out, not just a ding-dong. The happiness, the love that I had, that I thought I had companionship. I was happy until I got a feeling that turned out to be true. So be it as it may, I'm afraid to big up any man I'll have in the... That's not a good reason to not big up a man. Real talk. Like, come on. If the dude is a good dude, right, y'all have a good relationship, then I think that's a good reason. If any partner is a good partner, then that's a good enough reason to be able to big them up. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's so concerned about, oh, they're going to get the big head, they're going to get the big... Well, someone's going to give it to them. You understand what I'm saying? Like, if you ain't doing it, somebody else is going to do it. So, I don't know if that's a great reason. She said, I'm afraid to big up any man I'm going to have in the future. At the moment, I'm more single than a dollar bill surrounded by 4 quarters on the table with 10 dimes sitting next to the 20 nickels in a bag with 100 pennies. She said, that joint is a fear I never want to experience again. In my older age, I don't want to break or be broken. And if so, she said, I feel sorry for your mother. You know, well, I'm not going to even talk about that. Scoop Diggy said, weed has never been a gateway drug where I'm from, but alcohol speaks volumes to being a gateway drug. I don't know if I could say alcohol is a gateway drug, but I do know that alcohol lowers your inhibitions, I think the word is. I do know that when people drink alcohol, they're more inclined to do things that they wouldn't have normally done. And I do know that the dumbest things that tend to happen between people or with people themselves tend to happen when they're under the influence of alcohol. So once I see alcohol break out, I say in my head, oh, some dumb ish about to go down. You see what I'm saying? It just is what it is. And if you like to drink it, I really can care less, okay? I still feel the same way. I personally don't drink alcohol because I've seen too many dumb things happen under the influence of alcohol. It don't matter whether you're a male or you're a female. You understand what I'm saying? If now, alcohol can, I guess it can relax you, but I guess the overconsumption of it, right? The excessive consumption of it, over-consuming it, you know what I'm trying to say, is dumb, okay? Alcohol isn't terrible in and of itself, but abusing alcohol definitely is, okay? But that's anything, right? Abusing anything is bad. But anyway, and finally, listen, what we got over here? Taraji made a statement that you might take as a clap. If you're a single parent, you might not want to listen to this part, okay? So if you're a single parent, you might just want to skate because you're not going to like what she said, right? I think. But, well, maybe some people, well, let's take a crack at it. Listen, take a listen to what Taraji said about being a single parent. Take a listen real quick.
I wouldn't wish being a single parent on my worst enemy. Literally, because, you know, think about when you're exhausted and it's like the baby's crying, oh, can you go get him, honey? There was no honey. That I was honey. Yep. You know? So if I work 12 hours and I come home, I was still honey. If the baby's sick, everything fell on me. You know, and I just remember one day I was on the sofa and I just wanted to give up. But that's not in me either. You know, I think those thoughts, but then my ancestors go, girl, you better get up.
Hopefully that played. Taraji said, I would not wish single parenthood on my enemy. I said, damn. You know what I'm saying? Like, some kids can bring you there. Some kids can bring you there. How do you feel about that? If you're a single parent, now a lot of people are single parents for a variety of reasons. Let me just highlight that, okay? Some people are single parents because somebody passed away. Of course, you know, somebody could have did them dirty and was treacherous, cheated on them and stuff like that. So some people are single parents for that reason. Some people are single parents because, you know, they got pregnant and then whoever the other person is just dipped, right? Sometimes the men dip, sometimes the women dip and leave the men with the baby. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know how you feel. How do you feel about that? What are your thoughts on what she said? If you are a single parent, right? You raise your child and your child is actually pretty decent, okay? I shouldn't say pretty decent, but matter of fact, what is your advice to a single parent? How about that? Let's do it that way. Whether your child, you know, turned out to be a fantastic human, or maybe your child didn't turn out to be a fantastic human. If you could be honest with yourself and say, nah, my child is trash. I really don't want to see him like that. What would be your advice to another person that is entering single parenthood? Let me know put that in the comments below so that folks can know kind of what to look for, what to take into consideration, man. Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Be sure to like, be sure to subscribe. Thanks for tuning in to Celeb Source, your source, Celeb News.
Up to the task there. Gain of just 2, and it's 3rd down.
Hello, world. This is me, Marco Summers, and we get to sit down with 2 beautiful women with a podcast called Minded, and we're going to get to know their thoughts if you're familiar with them. Hey, if not, you're going to learn today, and make sure you check out the comedy tour dates that are coming in. Also the Mindset merch, also the liquor I'm not coming, and so much stuff. Sneakers, the shoes, also that the private jet. I ain't got none of that shit, but sometimes it's okay to manifest. Hello, world. As you can see, I'm watching you as you're watching me. But one thing I want you to do is grab your phone and download Prospect. And when you download Prospect, make sure you put okay, everybody. 5, 7, 8, 55 years later.
All day.
I know.
Literally, I've been up since.
You gotta sit right here. Yep, I'm right here sitting right between them.
Okay, how are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Yeah, years later.
How are you?
Fine. We're live right now.
You
so
know,
anything that you say will be held and formed against you in a court law order that other things will be. Should be.
I don't mess with no animals though, but I'm going ahead and look at that mug. If y'all can see, that motherfucker sliding out. But y'all, I'm about to be putting these on D while she sleep. I don't know if I'm gonna touch it with my hands. I don't mess with worms though. I do not mess with worms, so y'all. What's up, YouTube? I'm back with another video, y'all. So my mama, y'all, I'm about to be getting the reaction today / pranking her. So y'all, I'm about to get in the bed stinking, smelling like fish and tuna, y'all.
This is Google Pixel 9a with Gemini. It's free at Verizon, with plans starting at $30 a line. And this is Nicole asking.
What's up, YouTube? I'm back with another video, y'all. So today I'm going to be pranking D. As y'all can see, I don't know if y'all can see, I got the night crawlers on deck, y'all. I'm about to show y'all how fat these mugs is. So right now, y'all, D sleeping. I don't even want to touch them. I don't mess with worms, though. Look at it. I don't mess with no animals, though, but I'm going ahead and look at that mug. If y'all can see, that motherfucker sliding out. But y'all, I'm about to be putting these on D while she sleep. I don't know if I'm going to touch it with my hands. I don't mess with worms, though. I do not mess with worms, so y'all.
Coverage of the National Football League is in uptown Charlotte, North Carolina at Bank of America Stadium. Tyler Bass about ready to get us going. And off
Off we go from uptown Charlotte. Velus Jones now from his end zone. And he probably wishes he would have sat on that one. Instead, he's only able to get this up beyond the 15-yard line. On first down, they'll start out with Hubbard. And he's going to get a solid gain of 9 before being brought down. Second and right at a yard. But you often say that sort of opens the playbook now, second and short. What do you think, early shot here?
I like where you're going. Obviously, we've been together for a while because you know me. I want to take that shot early and loosen things up.
And this is going to be a Panthers first down as he'll take this up to about the 33-yard line.
2nd and 1 and people want to run the football. This is where every back in the league is supposed to do exactly what we just saw there. Pick up the first down.
So they'll come up 1st and 10 now from the 33. And they'll go again here with Hubbard. And able to get this one across the 45 before he's brought down. The Panthers have the first. It's a gain of 12.
They did tell us they wanted to establish the ground game early, didn't they?
They did, and a small sample size that we've seen so far, but pretty good return.
Yeah, you got to like that. They've strung together a couple of first downs, established what they wanted, the running game. And guess what? They also got their lead guy running it pretty well, too.
A throw left side, reeled in by the rookie wideout. And they're well past midfield, just a yard or two shy of the 40. That's a 12-yard gain now on back-to-back plays. So 1st and 10 now in Buffalo territory at the 42-yard line. And he's going to get a solid gain of 9 before being brought down. 2nd and right at a yard.
Someone's looking fresh, and this O-line is definitely licking their chops. Everyone likes to run block. If you're an offensive lineman, nice early burst, nice gain, too.
They'll bring a tight end in motion left. Young to throw it. He'll dump this one off to Hubbard. And he's got a first down as the tackle made at the Bills' 20-yard line. Give him 12 yards on that one. It earns him a fresh set of downs.
What a drive. This has been just chewing up the yardage, and here's one of their best plays yet as they finally get down into the red zone and look to finish this off with 6.
To throw, Young.
I'm gonna say that.
A drive killer there. Teron Johnson able to pick it. And now off to the races down the right side. And he is going to score. It's a pick 6.
I'm like that, bruh.
Well, it's only the first quarter, but that's a quick shift in momentum right there because they were driving the football before that interception, and then not only, Charles, do they throw the pick, but it gets returned all the other way for the score.
I think the important thing here was it backed up in their own territory. This defense didn't blink. They hung in there, waited for the offense to make a mistake, and as soon as they did, they capitalized in the biggest way possible.
So they throw the pick 6. They'll get another shot at it now as this one's in the air. And he'll be stopped up at the 25. This Carolina offense at the line, ready to go. Now remember, they were just out here a moment ago through the pick 6, so we'll see if they can take better care of the football this go-around.
Yeah, and sometimes, partner, I think it's almost better that you just throw the pick 6 and you come right back out on the field. You're not over on the sidelines dwelling for it for very long. You're not hearing everyone say, oh, hey, you'll get them next time. Hey, don't worry about it. All that stuff just goes right out the window. You're right back out on the field with a chance to atone.
Second down, another chance for Hubbard. Oh, he shifts past him. And he'll be taken down here as it will take us to the end of the first quarter. After one, 7-0 on EA Sports. They'll come to the line, needing only 2 yards to gain the first here. They'll try and run for this with Hubbard. And he's able to get the first before he's taken down at the 36. A third down gain of 3 yards, and that'll be enough.
I haven't met a football team yet that runs the ball successfully that doesn't talk about having an attitude to be a running football team, right? You got to be able to put your nose in there, smell where the first down sticks are, and get there.
And they will only muster a yard here to the 38.
No doubt about it. A really nice job there by the defense, not allowing him to get to the perimeter. But that means your defensive ends, your outside linebackers, the guys that you pay big money to sack the quarterback, they also have to have interest in the running game as well.
And they take him down. The Bills get...
Come on, dog.
He couldn't get away. He'll wind up losing a dozen yards, a 12-yard loss, and it brings up third. Now third down and very long. Young to throw it. Lets it fly for Thielen. And that's caught inside the 30.
Straight cap.
Adam Thielen, 74 yards. And the Panthers are an extra point away from evening this one up. Piñeiro's extra point up and good. And we are tied at 7.
Sports Dunk here. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button to join the fastest growing community on YouTube. Remember, Nightcap doesn't happen without you. So please subscribe or you're going to make Ocho cry.
So all even at 7 now as they kick it away.
Beat the Wolves. A large part without Steph. Steph left the game early in the second quarter with a hamstring injury. Did not return. The Timberwolves tonight, Nas Reed was 3 of 7 from 3. Everybody else was 2 of 22. And they did not get off to the best start shooting the basketball. And as Chris Finch said, our transition decisions making was diabolical. The poor shooting affected their confidence and overall play. It starts with Anthony Edwards. You can see the light go out, and for a little while, now he did get it going in the second half. He had 23 points, 14 rebounds. It just took him 22 shots to get those 23 points. And that's not nearly good enough because outside of Ant-Man, Julius Randle was 4 of 11. Jaden Daniels was 6 of 12. Rudy Gobert was 4 of 7. Mike Conley got some great cardio in tonight. But DiVincenzo 3 of 11. Nikhil Walker-Alexander had 14 minutes. He got some great cardio in, and even Shannon Jr., he got cardio in. Only got 2 minutes on the bike, Ocho, but he got a little cardio in, so he only have to do 18 minutes on the bike after the game because he did get 2 minutes cardio. Ryan, I'm going to start with you on this. You watched this game, and you're like, okay, the Warriors might be in trouble. Steph going out. It looked like he had it going. It looked like he was headed towards a monster night. He had 13 points in about 13 minutes, so it looked like it was going to be one of those nights. Draymond got off, hit 4 of his 5 first threes, but you know what? I'll let Draymond have that. I just don't want Steph, but he'll get going. What did you like about what you saw from the Warriors tonight?
Man, the first thing, he could have pulled that hamstring on Sunday. Last Sunday, he could have pulled that hamstring. We'd be having a whole different conversation now. Okay, let's get that out there right now, first and foremost. But, man, I don't think people understand and give Golden State the credit defensively. They are sound. They're smart. Steve Kerr will get out there and switch defenses. I saw stuff I've never seen in the series against Houston, against our guys. He ran 3-2 zone. He ran 1-3-1 in the NBA. That's something you never see to take away the elbows. And he doesn't mind switching stuff. He'll go play big. He'll go small. And right now, one thing he's doing, he's daring Rudy Gobert. He's saying, I'm going to put Jimmy Butler. I'm going to put Draymond. We're not putting a guy above 6'8" on you. And he's really challenging Gobert to score the ball inside the paint. Now, against Shingun, And Steven Adams, he went big. You saw a lot of Quentin Post. You didn't see Quentin Post tonight. You saw Kevon Looney and Draymond. You saw both those guys in the lineup. I'm going to make this very clear. They're not going to win this series without Steph Curry. He's going to have to get back, depending how bad that hamstring is. And I've never seen Steph go down. And it's funny, man. We were talking about this the other day with Steph. If you watch him play, I don't know. He must run 3 to 4 to 5 miles every possession he's running. So finally that hamstring, went out. Yeah, but at the end of the day, Chad, we'll see a reality where Anthony Edwards struggles that bad offensively. They got to find ways to get him going. And ultimately in game one, it was a lot of rust. The positive, when you play 7-game series, you're fresh, you're ready, the juices are going. But I saw rust from Minnesota.
Ocho, what do you think about what you saw? Because like he said, I don't think Ant-Man hit a jump shot all night long. Everything that he got was going to the basket or it was from the free throw line. He was terrible from the three-point line, wasn't he, from the three-point line? Oh, he did make one. He was 1 of 5 from the 3. He was 4 of 5 from the free throw line, 9 of 22 from the floor overall. He did have 14 rebounds, but the thing that they didn't allow him to do, they made him incredibly inefficient, and they didn't let you look at his assist total. 2. Remember when he played the Lakers? 11 assists, 8, 9 assists. So not only is he getting his points, he's allowing everybody else to get involved. Tonight, Golden State did a great job of limiting him, making it hard for him to get anything. He couldn't get anything from the jump shot, the three-point line. He got some driving baskets in the second half, but it wasn't nearly enough. So the Timberwolves, you like Ant-Man. What is it that you didn't see that you want to see in order for them to win this series moving forward?
I mean, actually going forward, the Wolves are going to have Ant-Man has to be on. He has to be on fire. He has to be the leader and go out there and not only facilitate, but take a game over. It is only game 1, and honestly, from what I saw, I knew Steph was getting hot when he was playing, but when he went out and he took that hamstring a little bit, I'm like, okay, this is the perfect opportunity. Right. To get back in the game, or at least make it a close game, and that's what I thought it would be. Towards the end, I thought they have opportunity to come back, but obviously Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green kind of led the way. Buddy Hield helped as well in making sure that didn't happen.
But he got going in that second half.
Yeah, you got going in the second half. It's only game 1. It's only game 1. So I'm expecting Anthony Edwards and the rest of that crew collectively to have a better game, especially Ant-Man got a. I think everybody gonna feed off his energy and how he plays, so everything starts with him.
I mean, you think about it. Minnesota scored 11 points in the second quarter. Warriors almost outscored them in the second quarter. The Warriors scored 26 points in the second quarter. They had 31 points at the half, Minnesota did. I don't know if I've ever seen a team be this poor in an entire quarter, 12-minute quarter. Ryan, I don't know. When's the last time you see somebody score just 11 points in a quarter in today's game? Now, maybe when the game was physical hell, I remember games being 73-68, 70-65. But in today's game, when it's up and down, I don't know if I've seen this anemic of a quarter from a team.
This is the thing that you got to understand. You must have missed our series, man. They defend, and Golden State more than anybody, they don't funnel you into a big because the big is Draymond. They just square you off and they keep you in front. It's old school basketball, and they force a contest, and then you bring Jimmy Butler in. Jimmy can play both ways, so they got size and they're switchable. And then Fur will come in with guys on the bench, but they're elite because it's a different style than you're used to seeing. And even when Curry's out there, Curry's put on so much muscle. He's stronger. They're deep into their scout report. If there's a weakness that you have, you can argue they may be the smartest team in the NBA defensively. So it's not a surprise. And on the other end, this is my challenge to Anthony Edwards. Now, he's going to shoot the ball better just by his God-given ability. When he learns how to truly play the game and manipulate defenses, he is going to be he's going to be unstoppable. And what do I mean by that? Luka Doncic can't jump over a fumble, but he can manipulate defense. You know what I'm saying? Luka Doncic is going to find a bad matchup. He's going to pull you into a pick and roll, use an angle, and get it. That man playing on all heart right now. It's all heart. But when he learns how to run the pick and roll, find the poor matchup, see how they're playing him, you can't guard him, you know, so he's made strides, and the game is going to come so much more easier to him. But again, that was Russ, and like Chad said, Chad, it's almost impossible. We're going to expect him to go into the next game and play that bad, and you
even had a second player waiting to double him up. If you're going to commit to double the questions we should expect on our call. Todd's $12,000 steakhouse dinner? Extra effort. Turn it into a successful
I have to see, you know, here's the problem, Chad. I don't know how both y'all feel about this. Now you're going to have to ask Jimmy Butler to do a lot more than he's been doing. Jimmy Butler's been playing heavy minutes, but he's been saving himself.
And uncovered quickly. Nice clutch play.
He had 11 rebounds tonight. He had 8 assists tonight, as you mentioned. Because first of all, Draymond is a point, whatever you call it. He's a point center, point forward, whatever you want to call it. Because he initiates a lot of their offense. That's not what Curry does. Curry spends his time being in perpetual motion, running from side to side, coming off picks, coming off spin downs, and things of that nature. He's not really initiating their offense. That role goes to Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green. So now with Curry being out, you're probably going to ask Jimmy to do a little bit more of the scoring. He can't be as much as a facilitator because he had Curry taking a lot of that scoring role. Now, if Curry's going to be out, you're going to ask him to do more. He's more than capable of doing that because we saw him for a number of years in Miami do some of everything. Go get you 50. If you need 15, 16 rebounds, go get you that. You need double-digit assists, he can get you that. And so I agree with you, Ryan. I think he's going to have to be more of everything. He's going to have to be that guy, what we saw LeBron be for a lot of those years. Maybe lead the team in points, rebounds, assists, hell, maybe steal, block shots, because he has that ability. It's going to be very interesting to see how the Wolves respond to this, because they had it fairly easy. For the most part, look, the Lakers would always choke it off, and they, you know, they would get some confidence going, and the next thing you know, Ant-Man get hot, everybody catch fire shooting a three. They was 5 of 29 tonight. Now,
he ran right through that weak tackle attempt.
And he'll be taken down after a minimal pickup, and that will take us to the end of quarter number 3. 3 quarters in the books. This is the National Football League on EA Sports. They'll come up 2nd and 7. They'll bring a receiver in motion right. From the shotgun, it's Young. And that falls to the ground, incomplete. A nice job of bodying him up defensively. And now it brings up 3rd down. So 7 yards from the first down here as they come up to the line of scrimmage. Young will set to throw. Buying time to his left. A hit as he throws there, incomplete.
They certainly did a nice job improvising there, extending the play, hoping someone would come open downfield, but they never did.
I don't think this will even, nope, it doesn't even get there. Well short, and a costly one there as this game remains tied here in the 4th. Buffalo offense ready to go for their next drive. Their defense was able to hold serve, albeit with a little help from that missed field goal as they settle in now 1st and 10. Flush to his right. The improv on the scramble there gets him 6, and it'll be 2nd down.
You know what I like about that play? He didn't try to do too much on 1st down. He took what the defense gave him, put together a solid gain to bring up 2nd and manageable. Now they have a couple of plays to pick up just a few yards and a new set of downs.
And he will slide to a stop. He does have the 1st down. 5 yards on the scramble, and that's enough to pick up the 1st. So signs of life in what's been a dormant offense in this second half. Here's 1st and 10. Cook up the gut. And a good run here as he'll rumble all the way down to the 40-yard line. And now, defensively, they're going to burn their first timeout. Remember, they get an extra time built in coming up here shortly at the 2-minute warning. They run again on 1st down. Cook. And his defense here going to burn their 2nd timeout. But you can also factor in another timeout that they'll get when the clock stops at the 2-minute warning. 2nd down, 8 yards to go. On play action, Allen rolling to his right. He'll dump this off to Cook. And they're going to have another first down as the tackle's made at the Panthers' 27-yard line. And now here comes the third of their timeouts defensively. So they'll be left with only the 2-minute warning to stop it from here on out. Oh, a heck of a move.
Man.
And he'll take it into the end zone for a Buffalo touchdown. James Cook, 27 yards. And the Bills have broken this deadlock and have taken the lead here in the fourth. Tyler Bass now for the point after. It's up and good, and that'll make the score 21-14. After the touchdown, Bass to kick it away. And no run back here. That's going to be a touchback, and we'll bring it out to the 30-yard line. Here's 1st and 10. They'll start this drive out on the ground. And able to get this one across the 45 before he's brought down. 87 yards rushing for him now as he has been tremendous all day long. Throwing, Young. Looking underneath and finding Hubbard. And he's able to get this one down to the 40-yard line. Plenty of time to work with here, but the timeouts, they're gone. Here's 1st and 10. Young to throw. Steps away to his left. And he's going to be out of bounds down around the 35-yard line.
I did like his decision-making there to make sure they picked up something instead of forcing a throw. Now they've got more manageable play coming up to try and pick up the first down. And don't rule out the possibility that he just keeps it and runs again.
Being chased out left. And he'll work it inside the 30 to the 29-yard line. This is 1st and 10. Here's Young. Boy, a dangerous throw there. Fortunate for him, it'll wind up incomplete.
Limited time left on the clock after that incompletion, so I think both sides are going to savor every second to prepare before the next snap. Because once the ball's in motion, it may be a non-stop push to finish this drive off. Everyone better be on the same page right now, because I think they're going to try and get several plays up in quick succession if they can.
Now Young. To the end zone, but it's incomplete.
Some coaches like to take the shorter, more reliable yardage, and some, they like to go for the big shot. No fear in risking a deep ball there, but it wasn't enough to get him the completion.
It's desperation time. Young on 4th down. Forced out to his left. This ball intercepted.
Let's go! Let's go!
And he is going to score. It's a pick six and a Bills touchdown. So they go on 4th down. Not only do they not get it, it turns into 6 points the other way. Disastrous.
And many people think you should just go ahead and knock it down in that situation. Turn it over for the offense. But I had a defensive coordinator recently tell me, we see that as a passive play. We don't do that anymore. We want the ball in our hands, and we want to head the other way.
It's probably also instinct a lot of times. If you see a lot of green grass ahead of you, go ahead and grab it.
built on the site of a former piano factory. There's been plenty of music made on the field here in the decade since it opened back in 1998. Stadium in Baltimore. Here's Taylor. Take this one set. And a couple of yards deep, this is going to come out. Neither offense has even taken the field yet, and already, Brock, a massive swing in this contest.
Yeah, think about it this way, Kate. If we didn't have the coin toss before the game and one team got the ball to start both halves, what an advantage it would be, and that's exactly what this offense has right now.
The shot to the end zone is incomplete. That throw doesn't lead to 6, and that'll bring up second down. Play action. Bails out of the pocket quick. No place to go, so he was thrown away.
You hear so many programs all around the league talk about it's all about the ball. It's all about the ball. Well, discretion, a better part of valor in a lot of cases. And right there, he understood it's all about the ball, and I'm not going to risk a turnover wisely, throwing it away.
To the edge of the end zone. It's incomplete. So he shot at 6 that time. An easy kick, but he mishit it left. And we continue to await our opening score of this ball game. They'll get this drive started. First and 10. Here's Derrick Henry getting on the ground. Runs into traffic and hits a wall. No gain. Christian Benford up to make that stop. Working quickly here.
In the pocket. Hey, ball movement.
This is Henry on second. Breaks the tackle, still going. He will not go down. It's a gain of 19 on the play. And that'll be first down, Baltimore. New slated downs to approach here from the 40. Lamar off the play fake. Well, the president nearly got to him, but still a good play defensively as that one falls incomplete.
Well, he needed another second to deliver the throw he wanted to. You got to give a lot of credit that time, Kate, to the pass rush for getting in and forcing him to dish it before he was ready.
Second down, Jackson to pass. He's on the move. This one is tipped away and incomplete. Good positioning to make a play on it. That forces third down.
I think we're seeing why this defense likes him in coverage. He reacts so well to throws and is even more adept in breaking up those passes.
Jackson now on third. Headed out right. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Well, no look on his first look of the game. And now they're staring at 4th and long. Again, it's Jackson to the air. He's going to his running back. Running down the left side. Will not be denied. Touchdown. The Ravens start the game off right with a 6-0 lead. Derrick Henry, the touchdown. Justin Tucker to try the point after. Right down the middle, it's good. And the Ravens will jump out to a 7-0 lead. Now Tucker on to handle the kickoff. And they dodge a turnover there on the return. And he doesn't make it far at all. They bottle up that return immediately.
Can't happen. Man, that's just something you never, ever see at this level. That's a complete failure of operation, not just by the returner, but the return team in general. And now, instead of getting to your normal offense, you got to find some way, somehow, to dig yourself out of this hole.
Catch is made down the right sideline. And he'll have it up to about the 23-yard line on the play. First down of the game for James Cook. And he's going to be brought down up at the 28-yard line. Offense up to the line fast. From the 28. Finds his man. It's Keon Coleman. And he stopped cold at the spot. Ooh, he paid for that one, but hey, still enough for that first down. Shotgun handoff now to Cook. And he'll scurry forward for a pickup of 3. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. Here's 2nd and 7. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Seeing some early game planning at work here, Brock. They were quick to attack that throw and break it up.
Yeah, this defense knows the importance this offense places on throwing the ball to their tight ends, and they were ready for it and all over it.
That's complete inside the 35-yard line. And he flips the field for them before being taken down. Throwing now on first down, Allen. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose, incomplete. He was looking Amari Cooper's way there. And now it's 2nd down. You go middle of the field against zone coverage, Brock. You know this firsthand. You are throwing into rush hour. And there aren't a lot of easy completions to be found in that part of the field.
Yeah, and a lot of those throws, Kate, you're signing your guy up to take some sort of hit. It's on you to protect him.
And touchdown, Buffalo! It seems like a lot of the time, Brock, even if the results aren't quite as flashy every rep, tight ends are even more reliable scorers than a lot of receivers are when it comes to the passing game.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but there's also a lot more real estate for them to work with, right? Think of the receivers. They got to deal with the sidelines, that 12th defender. Many of these tight ends, they've got a ton of field to work with, and when they prove to the quarterback they could be a difference maker, he'll look for them.
That one right down the middle. That's the end of one. Both teams with a little luck finding the end zone early. Hopefully no shortage of excitement coming up in the second. Back to the bank in just a moment. Pass now to kick this away. Hardy on the return. And he's brought down just inside the 25 on the return. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. The drive begins with Henry. They're cobbled together a yard there. Terrell Bernard tracking that one down. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. Here we go, 2nd and 9. Escapes the pocket. Connects with Bateman. And he'll go down, and we'll say right at the 39-yard line. Give him 15 yards on the pickup there. And that's good for a Ravens first down. Now it's Jackson. Pass into the hands of Mark Andrews. And they get this down to the 44 before he stopped. Offense in the hurry up here. First down, here's Lamar. Oh, someone stepped in. It's intercepted. Picked up by Terrell Bernard. And the
It's the National Football League on EA Sports. And if it's in the game, it's in the game. It's the Raiders and the G-Men. All that and more coming up next.
It can hold over 82,000 fans, and every one of those seats is filled for this one. As our coverage of the NFL brings us to MetLife Stadium. Welcome, everybody, to the booth. I'm Kate Scott, joined by Brock Ewert for this game. And Brock, as our former quarterback, I know your focus is on the offensive side of the ball ahead of this kickoff.
Yeah, these two offenses are so fun to watch because the best offenses in this league, Kate, they're about trust. And it just pops out. When you study them during the week on the game film, you just see it. They trust one another. That's head coach, that's coordinator, that's play caller, that's to the quarterback, and then certainly the 11 on the field. Both these groups are getting it done.
Here's Graham Gano out for the opening kick. And away we go from East Rutherford. Fielded at the 7. And in the end, he's able to get it to what used to be a touchback. It's at the 25 after the return. So I'll have the Raiders for their first possession. They're brought out by someone who's kept the exact energy now as he had when he entered the league back in 2019. It's Gardner Minshew.
Kate, I don't know how many people know the story of Gardner Minshew and how close he was to becoming a GA and coaching. Mike Leach got on the phone with him and said, hey, why don't you take one more swing at this thing? Come out to Pullman, Washington, and lead my pirate ship. And all he did with that mustache was light the college football world on fire. And all he's been in the NFL with multiple organizations is that same spark plug that just makes something happen.
Couldn't connect right side. It's incomplete.
There's the importance of staying in phase as a defender. He was all over him in coverage, and that really did help force the incompletion.
No dice on that prior pass. Here's second down. Minshew working from the gun. Complete here to Bowers. And he'll get taken down after advancing this to the 37. 12 yards on that play, and a good call nets him the first.
I'm sure coach and play caller doesn't mind making the job a little bit easier. You know, play calling's a lot simpler and easier when you count on the offense to move the chains on those early downs.
Slot man motioned over. Going on first is Minshew. Fits it through the middle. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. They get 22 on that one. And that's a Vegas first down.
You know what I like about that, Kate? I like that they're not coming out slow. They're willing to go with some looks here that will yield big yardage down the field instead of just settling for dinking and dunking the ball.
First and 10 from the 41. And the receiver's going to take this one on the jet sweep. And he has enough room to gain about 4.
That is just a good, solid run right there. I know, it's pretty basic commentary, but sometimes football can be basic. It keeps you on schedule, that kind of yards per carry, and you move the sticks.
Second and 6 coming up here. From the 38. He's on the move. And the Giants are too much. They take him down. And that pushes him back. Third down coming up.
All right, first sack on the board, and the first drive as a defense. And now, well, now we let the chess match begin. The adjustments begin because we know pressure leads to sacks, and sacks in this league often leads to wins.
And motion him out of the backfield. He just gets rid of this one, but unfortunately, that means fourth down coming up.
You know, it's a point of emphasis in practice each and every week, no matter where we go. How are we going to attack the coverage on third down? We chose the wrong play off that call sheet that time.
So now on fourth down, the Raiders elected to send Daniel Carlson out for the field goal. From the right hash, 55 yards out. As the distance, but headed well left. No good. And we continue to await our opening score of this ball game.
He was hitting from that distance pregame. Heck, we were on the field watching it, and they were confident he could do so again. Just did not work out this time around.
Good starting field position for the Giants as they head up 1st and 10. The hand goes to Tracy. And he'll cross the 50 and start pushing onto the opposing side of the field. Call it 7 yards, and now they'll have 2nd down and 3.
That's a run that you'll take the result in the NFL every time. A nice play, a solid game, but it's also a run that you know, and you may come back to. Because if you were that close to breaking off an explosive one, you really break the backs of a defense.
From the 48. Has him on a quick hitter. And he's tackled with a 1st down yardage.
That's just great instincts. Go air it out on 2nd down rather than just play conservative and run it. They hit a weak point in the coverage and don't need to worry about 3rd down at all.
1st down now, ball at the 39-yard line. Love. Throwing deep for the end zone. And disaster averted. He knocks away the deep ball, incomplete. Thought he had a touchdown there. So 2nd down coming up.
You know, down here in the red zone where there's a touchdown on the line, you really want to read the quarterback's eyes as a defender. Make sure you know where that throw is going and get in position to swat it away. That is well done.
2nd and 10 now. Abraham Robinson complete. And he's stopped at the 31-yard line.
It takes a certain level of fearlessness, craziness to work over the middle of the field in this league. You're fighting through guys as you go, and all the while you know you could take a lick at any time.
Short yardage situation here. It's 3rd and 2. To Tracy at the middle. Right down to the 24-yard line. He manages a gain of 8 there. And it's good enough for a New York 1st down.
Okay, this is why coaches across all levels of football harp on the importance of good, fundamental tackling, not just to hear themselves talk. It's to make sure that when one of their guys has a chance to bring down a running back, they're able to do it and keep those plays from going any further.
1st down, and they go right back to it. And they bring him to a stop at this run, gets him into the red zone, down to the 15. Call it 9 yards. Looked like a first for a moment. It's 2nd and 1.
That does not show up on any explosive stat sheet, but let me tell you, Kate, that's the real deal right there. You run for that kind of yardage consistently in the NFL, you do set yourself up for success.
They go right back to Tracy, and he's caught behind the line for a loss.
Kate, it's amazing how fast these guys are on the field and how fast your fortunes can turn. 2nd and short run, you're feeling good about yourself. But with a negative play, well, now comes a critical 3rd down.
And it's a nickel look by the Raiders. 3rd down coming up. Here's Tracy once more. And he's able to get this down to the 13. He only finds a window for 2, but that's still enough for a 1st down.
Okay, you know me, I can't resist. I thought we might have needed the old Gene Steratore index card down there. Making a really close measurement to see if he got the 1st down or not. But in the end, well, the right call was made. He got just enough to move the chains.
Going to the ground again on 1st. And the defense is all over this one for a big loss.
Well, he was supposed to be the one who chipped away a few and got a new set of downs started right in rhythm. Instead, he's now forced to pick himself from behind the line thanks to a great effort defensively.
All right, here we go. 2nd down. Throwing off the play fake here. Catch made, Tyrone Tracy. And he works this to the 15 before they make the stop.
That's the defense's goal, right, Kate? Just get us to 3rd down so we can have a chance to get off the field. And that was a good adjustment on that stop in particular, when the back ended up being the target, and they were able to keep him short of the sticks.
This drive in some serious trouble. It's 3rd and 12. They kick the running back in motion. Here he is on 3rd and long. And even on 3rd down, he sees no choice other than to get rid of it. Not the play they wanted. It's going to be 4th down.
So often, so many of these games in the NFL, well, they come down to a play or two, and 3rd downs are critical. Whether it's in a close game or already out of hand, their coach wants to see them convert those.
The kick by Gonzalez is good. And that one's going to get them on the scoreboard.
Well, I know once that drive stalls out, that's where it really pays to have that reliable kicker on the sideline ready to bail you out. And he knocks that one right through to give him the lead.
Gano ready to send this away. It's Amir Abdullah with the return. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. Now for the second time this game, we get a look at the Raiders' offense. They left a few on the table there last time out, Brock, settling for a field goal try to miss the mark. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. They give it to Madison. He gets it forward for a gain of 3. Bobby Okereke making that stop. Give him a few yards on that run. It's 2nd and 7.
Yeah, that defense was flying to the ball. You see that outside toss. This is a pursuit drill that they work on over and over again. Get to that toss before it can really get started.
Makes the handoff. Now Minshew. Runs on the mark to Cody Myers. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. That chunk worth a nice 21 yards. And that's good for Raiders 1st.
I think my favorite part was the magic he worked after the catch. The way he took the completion and made so much more out of it by adding all the extra yardage.
The shotgun, they'll get it to him inside. And they make the stop, we're going to say about the 37-yard line. They come through with a nice gain there. Gain of 10, 1st down.
Offensive coordinators tell us all the time, big runs only happen with coordinated efforts. Great block in the spring of guys hitting blocks downfield, and a back who can show off his wheels.
They motion Marshall over left. Inside here goes to Madison. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss.
I know from the position of the quarterback, Kate, sometimes you hand that ball, you put it in the belly of the running back, and you send him right into the teeth of a buzzsaw. You can feel it from the jump, and that call from the defense, that came at the perfect time.
Another pistol, Minshew. And he's taken down at the 30.
We've heard it said, and I believe it to my core, football is the ultimate team sport. And a well-run screen like that is the ultimate team play because it takes all 11 doing their job.
All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. They've got a man in motion. Here's Madison again. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
You love a huddle? Kate, you really do. You love a huddle full of guys like this who just know how to keep the drive moving forward. There's some trust there that he's going to get the job done, and he's going to get another shot, I would guess, down the line.
A new set of downs forthcoming. It's 1st and 10. Running back sent in motion. Minshew on 1st down. He'll get this to Tucker. And he's short of the 1st after a mild gain.
feel so bad. I really do. And I don't mean this sarcastically, Kate. I feel bad for these guys in coverage. I don't know how you defend some of these players today because they get that drag route, they get one step inside of you, well, there's very little you can do other than make the tackle.
They kick the running back in motion. From the shotgun, Minshew. He completes it in traffic. And they make the stop as that play reaches the 14-yard line.
Well, the odds aren't great when you throw into double coverage. Normally you see one of the defenders make a play on the ball. Two men nearby, and that's a missed opportunity for the coverage to make an impact play.
And the Giants going nickel, third down coming. They bring the tight end in motion. Looking to throw on 3rd and 1. So pass brought in. And he's going to be just inside the 10 before he goes out. 4 yards on the play, and that picks up a 1st and goal.
That's what we call situational football. You spend all week working on your nickel passing game package to take advantage of 3rd downs just like that.
From the gun, a run for Madison. And he's able to fight this down to the 2. That's a gain of 8, and it brings up 2nd and goal.
Hey, I get it on 1st and goal, right? A lot of teams like to be conservative and limit risk. Even if a run is stopped short, you still got 2, sometimes 3 downs to play with.
Ball with the 2 here for 2nd and goal. Quite enough to break the plane, and now it's 3rd and goal at the 1.
Well, now things get a little dicey for this offense. 1 down left before a big decision to make. You continue to try running it against a front that stopped you, or you're now forced to put the ball in the air.
Up the middle they go with Madison. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
It's after plays like these, Kate, I love to study the body language. What is that offense doing after getting stuffed inside on a run like that? And more importantly, how much does it energize that defense?
Daniel Carlson out to try this Raiders field goal. Angling this one in from the right hash, the challenge here. And it is good. No problems there on the shorter attempt. And we're all tied up now in the 1st half.
So he makes up for his earlier miss in the game. He knocks that one right through. And it's important for him to move past that early miss, Kate, because you never know if he's going to be needed for a big moment when we get to the 4th.
Carlson all set now for the kickoff. Starting from the 5. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. The Giants taking the field for their 2nd possession. And their last drive did end in points. Not as many as they wanted, though. They had to settle for that field goal despite advancing the football pretty well. They're out and set. 1st and 10.
2 yards on this play.
Shotgun snap, a gift to Tracy. And he's brought down for a loss.
This is one of those situations, Kate, where I watch the body language of the running back because it'd be very easy for him to raise his hands up, look to the sideline in his O-line and go, what am I supposed to do there? There was nothing, no time at all to try and escape and react. Instead, it goes backwards.
Trying the right side for Tracy. He's corralled after a modest 4-yard gain. Marcus Epps making the play.
You know, these are the kind of runs, Kate, that a balanced game plan and a balanced offense is built on. It gets you good yardage, it sets up your play action, and it keeps that defense honest.
It's 3rd and 8. Need to get a chunk here. Here's Lock to the air. Complete to Hyatt. And he'll go down, and we'll say right at the 39-yard line. It's a pickup of 9 yards. And the Giants will have a first down.
You're not going to last long in the National Football League if you don't convert a good chunk of your third downs. Nice find there to continue the series.
First down now, ball at the 39-yard line.
Together, offense. Keep it together.
Lock looking to throw. Finds his target, Robinson. And he has it up towards midfield before he's taken down at the 47.
Part of the reason I leave you pregame, Kate, and get down to that field and watch these guys throw and catch is I want to see their timing. I want to see their anticipation. That is picture perfect right there. A crossing route thrown that quickly tells me these two are on the same page.
From the 47. That's to his running back, Devin Singletary. And he's able to cross midfield before going out. That goes as a 4-yard pickup, and it gets him a first down.
Ooh, he knew he was going to pay for throwing that. I knew it from up here in the That's an experienced quarterback. If that first primary target isn't there, make sure you find your safety valve. And that got them some yards, so taking that shot, well, it was not for nothing.
Play action on first down. From left side, caught by Neighbors. This is ahead for about 5. Divine Diablo there on the tackle.
Every once in a while, it's fine to be conservative on first down, especially when you get enough to stay on schedule and get a little something coming out of it, too.
Halfway to the marker. It's 2nd and 5. Robinson sent in motion left. From the gun, it's Tracy. Will drive it forward, but won't get beyond the line. Nate Hobbs in on that stop. No gain on the play, and it leaves them with 3rd and 5. At the end of one, a field goal for each side, but no one has found the end zone just yet. Both teams neck and neck so far. We'll get back to East Rutherford after this. Welcome back. We'll begin this second quarter with the Giants in possession. They've been moving it well, but face a 3rd down here. Here's Lock. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. They pick up 20 yards there, and it's good enough for a New York first down.
Watching a great thrower, but I love watching a well-done route too, Kate. Make that guy think you're trying to stack him only to drop your hips and cut right inside. Some good work to help reset those chains.
The drive picks up here, 1st and 10. Off the play fake, he's going to throw. Too much lead on that throw. That falls incomplete ahead of his target. Couldn't connect on first. It's 2nd down. Motion man sent left. Robinson on the inside give. And this defense offering no room at all up the gut there. No gain. Stopped by the unmistakable Max Crosby. No gain on the play, and they still need 10 now on 3rd down.
All right, now, let's get in that end zone.
They'll empty the backfield and motion him out. Hits him on the out route. This hits the 1st and more. And he's going to take this across. Touchdown, New York. The Giants take a 2nd quarter lead. You love seeing a tight end get the chance to show off those wheels, right? And in the best of cases, he can rumble the whole way home.
Kate, think of getting somebody with that type of mass rolling at full speed. Who's really going to want to stand in the way, wants to stop him anyhow? The answer, nobody.
Graham Gano to tack on the extra point.
John, focus.
The point after splits the uprights. And the Giants break that tie and now lead by 7. Gano ready to send this away. His return starts at the 5. He stopped on the return at the 27. The Raiders have their offense back out there. And they take over down 10-3 following that score. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Here's the give to Madison. And he'll get it up near the 38-yard line before going down. That's an 11-yard pickup, and it gives them the 1st down.
We know how hard explosive plays can be in the NFL, and so often they come via the air. What a great help for the offense to find an explosive play on the ground. Well done.
1st and 10, Minshew. Complete here to Bowers. Having gained about a handful there. Jason Pinnock there on the tackle.
Well, that's a pretty similar result to a 1st down run play. Moves it forward, keeps you on schedule, and makes 2nd and 3rd down a whole lot easier to manage.
Halfway to the marker, it's 2nd and 5. Get this down to the 44 before he stopped. Big gain, 14 on the play. And that's a Vegas 1st down.
Boy, they sure found the right route at the right time to hit the soft spot in that coverage. And that slant, it goes for big yardage.
From the 44-yard line now, 1st and 10. Out of the gun, they'll give it to him inside. And he'll get this forward, and he's stopped at the 37. It's an 8-yard pickup, then they're going to have 2nd and 2 next.
Well, that doesn't net a 1st down. You get yards like that in the run game, you will take it in the NFL.
After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. Play action, it's Minshew. Right away, but incomplete. His 1st target doesn't lead to his 1st catch. And now it's 3rd and short.
That just goes to show you can't take any completion for granted, even on some of the shortest passes in the game plan.
Last pass unsuccessful, and they have 3rd down here. Man in motion here. Throwing now, 3rd and 2. He's able to drive this to the 29 before the stop. Give him 8 yards on the play. And that's good for a Raiders 1st.
When you see play action, do all you can to get your eyes to the tight end, because that's their bread and butter. That play action gives him time off the line, helps chip a rusher, or even helps sell that fake. And then when he releases, he gets out, he gets some leverage. He gets to that edge before the defender can cover him.
And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
You know, that's so hard for me, Kate. That's the type of effort that deserves better when it comes to the results. It's going to show up as a negative run on the stat sheet, but that was not the runner's fault. He did all he could to fight to get back to the line, but this defense just kept swarming.
With the play fake, he'll throw. He gets this one to Myers. And he's out of bounds right at that 25-yard line.
It's not just imperative that a quarterback knows man or zone. Same thing for a receiver, especially on a drag route. When he sees zone coverage like that, just settle down, find the soft spot, and give your quarterback a chance.
Minshew now on third down. Got a man, Bowers has it. And he gets this forward to the 19. 6 yards on the play and enough for a first.
You know, they call that the money down for a reason, because you're just simply not going to last long in the NFL if you don't convert a good portion of your third downs. It's the money down. And nice to see them roll the dice and continue the series.
Man in motion, headed right. First down, they'll run. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
This is why it's so important not to overcommit to the team's lead runner. It went to a secondary ball carrier, and they cut him down for a big red zone stop.
Everyone's prepped. It's second down now. Makes the handoff. Now Minshew. This ball's cut by Bowers. And they'll get this down nearly to the end zone. Instead, stopped at the 2. They get 19, and now they're going to have first and goal.
From a great throw to a nice route and catch to moving the chains, there wasn't a whole lot not to like about that amazing play.
They'll break the huddle and come up on first and goal. They send a man in motion. Here's Madison. And he's into the front for a gain of about 2. We'll get a stoppage now. Looks like we have someone banged up after that run in need of some attention. They're lining up on the doorstep. Second and goal from inside the 1. They send the tight end in motion left. Minshew working from the gun. And he has the catch. Gets both feet in. That's a touchdown. The Raiders can tie it up in the second after cutting into the lead. Brock Bowers, the touchdown. Well, we all know that he's somebody they like to have working down near the end zone, Brock, and there is so many ways they know how to use him down there.
Yeah, things are constantly different down there when you're trying to defend him, which is what makes defending him so tough, borderline impossible at times. He can make the smallest little tweaks to his route just like a receiver would, and it's a totally different animal, a nightmare for these defenses.
Daniel Carlson on for the PAT. Extra point sent right down the middle. And the Raiders tie things 10-10. Carlson all set now for the kickoff. Starting from the 5. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. New York taking over once again. The offense heading out. And after the impressive drive we just witnessed, you got to imagine that they are hoping to respond with something similar.
Yeah, and I don't love to use the word can't, right? But this can't be a 3 and out for this offense right here. They got to give their defense a chance to catch their breath and turn some of the momentum in the building.
They'll get this drive started. First and 10. Throwing now, off play action. Complete out to the right. And he'll get up to the 44. yards and moves the chains.
Kid, I can promise you that's one of those play-action plays they've repped over the week. During practice, the both quarterback and tight end went to bed last night thinking, man, I hope this one's called. And when it is, I hope we have just a little space to operate. That play action works beautifully, and the tight end, the beneficiary.
They go play action on first. Ooh, he got hit as he was throwing, and unsurprisingly, it falls incomplete. Second down coming up.
This is why we hear about closing speed so often when you evaluate players. You know, once he senses the pressure, he's getting rid of that ball. It takes a player who can close quickly to get to him before it's released and alter that throw.
Second and 10 now. He doesn't see a window he likes, so he just got rid of that one. And brings up third down.
And this is why scouts talk about a player's closing speed, Kate. You know, once he senses the pressure, he's getting rid of that ball. It takes a player who can close quickly to get to him before it's released. And that sure altered the throw.
No connection on the last play, and now it's third down. Throwing with a blitz on the way. And this is another incompletion. This one intended for the running back. And they're going to be stuck with a 4th and long.
So many coaches love third downs, and they practice them so much, Kate. Why? Because they're the money down in the NFL. Whether it's a close game already out of hand, coaches know got to execute and convert on these third downs.
Punt team is on now, and they get this away. That hits at the 9, but nobody around to grab it. It carries all the way into the end zone for a touchback. The Vegas offense getting set for another drive now. They'll try to emphasize what worked on their last drive, which ended, Brock, in a touchdown. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Now he'll throw off the play fake. Makes the grab in bounds left side. How about 29 yards on 1st down? And a fresh set of downs on its way.
You know, Kate, you'll find teams go to this crossing route concept sometimes a dozen times a game. A lot of times it's for shorter yardage, but sometimes things break in the right coverage for a much bigger impact play, just like that.
One play in, and already they're close to midfield. Rolling on first is Minshew. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And a big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
That sure ended up being worst-case scenario. Pass rush just kept coming and bearing down, and he was looking for an escape that wasn't there. It's just one of those plays in hindsight, Kate, where you really got to understand, I got to cut bait, cut my losses, and avoid such a negative play.
Look, right here, one time.
They really need some chunk yardage here on 2nd down. Now run, this is Madison. And he's going to work his way almost to midfield. That's stopped at the 48. He gets him 8 yards, but they still need 12 now on 3rd down.
So much to like about that run, Kate, particularly what he was able to get out of it. The defense, I think, feels a little fortunate they were able to track him down before an even bigger run and crossing that 1st down marker.
Here he is on 3rd and long. Defender runs right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Part of what's earned him status, Brock, is one of the league's better tight ends. Are those hands, right? His dependable hands. So shouts to the defense there because he wasn't able to hang on that time.
Kate, it's one thing for these defenders to separate a receiver from the ball, but to do so on a stud tight end, that's big time.
4th down, and on comes the punt team, and the kick's away. So this one goes out of bounds inside the 20, but not by much. They're giving him the 18-yard line. Now here comes the New York offense. Now their last drive, not the one they want to replicate after they were forced to punt it away. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Throwing off the play fake here. As his man, it's Tracy. Nothing doing there as he gets out of bounds back at the line.
And the defense was all over that throw, able to stop it right at the line. They could smell that one coming, and they sniffed it out in a hurry.
2nd and 10, need to get some positive yardage here. On the handoff, this is Tracy. He's able to drive that pile about a yard. Tracked down by Robert Spillane. Give him a yard back on the play. Now it's 3rd and 10.
Okay, that's a run that's ho-hum on the stat sheet, but if you see a bigger play on the ground later on, it will largely be because of a play just like that one, softening up the front and opening the door for a bigger gap in the future.
We can do this, offense!
They're going to throw it on 3rd and long. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the defense comes through. That's going to back them up and bring up 4th down.
Pretty even match in this first half, and you're just kind of waiting. Right? You just kind of try to get a feel for which defense is going to come to life. And when you get that sack, that could go a long way to infusing some energy on that side of the ball.
Jamie Gillen on now to punt. And he wants to hit his 2nd effort just as well as he hit his 1st. Absolutely crushed his 1st punt, and here's another huge one. And the sunlight's not a problem for him. He looks up and makes the fair catch. The Raiders and Alexander Madison ready for another go on offense. They struggled to produce on that last series, but better results ahead as they take possession here. Good starting spot for the Raiders as they come up 1st and 10. They're going play action. That's taken in by Tucker. And he'll be taken down, but not until he reaches that 45-yard line. Options are open here. It's 2nd and inches. They go play action here. They'll get it complete to Alexander Madison. Just a couple of yards here as he heads for the sideline. A gain of a lone yard, but Brock, that's all they needed. 1st down.
Sure seems like he knew exactly what he wanted, and he got it going right where he wanted to with the ball off the snap.
From the 44-yard line now, 1st and 10. On the shotgun, Minshew. He's cut along the left sideline. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. They're going to move the chains after a big play, 39 yards.
He just made a difficult throw to the outside. Look elementary, Kate, and that's not easy. The placement, excellent. And it helped set his target up to put some more yards on that stat sheet.
4 downs now to get in. Here's 1st and goal. And off goes to Madison, running right. And he won't win the race to the outside. That one's bubbled up at the line. No gain that time, and now it'll be 2nd and goal.
Where one defender failed, well, his buddy was there to swarm to the ball and make that play just as it gets to the line of scrimmage.
Still lined up at the 6. Here's 2nd and goal. Tight end going in motion here. Out of the pistol, Minshew. That one's incomplete in the end zone.
I think if you look up in phase in the defensive encyclopedia, that is a picture-perfect form of it. He was all over him in coverage, really forcing the incompletion.
They've held him out twice. Here we go, 3rd and goal. And the gun, Minshew. And he just gets rid of this one, but unfortunately, that means 4th down coming up.
I'll tell you this, Kate, that's We got to be on the same page with one another and get both ends of the play right to execute, both the protection and ultimately completing that ball. They certainly want that play call back.
And it is good. No problems there on the shorter attempt. And they've taken back the lead.
I never saw a play script that ended with a field goal. It was always a touchdown that you wanted. But that's 3 points, and it's enough to give them the lead.
Carlson all set now for the kickoff. He fields it from the 8. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. The Giants offense all set to get started. They were only on the field for 3 plays their prior series, Brock. Let's see what changes they make to take over here. They're out and set, 1st and 10. Putting a receiver in motion. Play action on 1st down. That's complete to Darius Slayton. That play goes for 19 and a new set of downs.
I love throwing on 1st down. And when you see a 1st down pass just like that, it's taking advantage of a matchup you planned for, and you go out and execute.
Great start to the drive. They're up in the neighborhood of midfield after just 1 play. Throwing is line. Connects with Slayton. And this is through the midfield stripe and onto the Raiders' side of the field. Halfway to the marker. It's 2nd and 5. From the 48. Taken in by Bellinger. And he gets it forward to still about a yard out of that. Nate Hobbs in on that stop.
That's just discipline with a capital D. The play in the huddle is a running back screen, but it takes discipline for that offensive line to not get downfield. Discipline for that receiver to stay alert, stay aware that he's a viable option as well.
Shotgun now on 3rd down. He's got him. That's Tracy. And he takes it inside the 35 before heading out. They gain 14 on the play. And the Giants will have a 1st down.
Hey, Kate, they don't really care who it's going to go to in that situation. All they really care about are the results on 3rd down. And that's exactly the result they needed. Enough to keep this drive moving.
Here's 1st and 10 from the 34. A handoff to Tracy. And he's got a nice run. That reaches the 26. Good rip on 1st down. That brings up 2nd and 2.
I'm not kidding you, Kate. A run of that length at the NFL level, honestly, is the equivalent of a run of 15-plus at the high school level. It's hard in the run game to make yards, and they just got a very successful one.
They go right back to Tracy. And he's brought down for a loss. So it's the 2-minute warning here from MetLife. The Giants driving ahead. All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. To throw, here's Love. Complete beyond the marker. And he'll get them enough for a 1st down.
Move the chains! Gotta move them chains! Build momentum and keep that defense on its heels.
All right, set now, 1st and 10. Throwing from the gun. Catches Megan close. And he takes it in. Touchdown, New York. The Giants get some late points and the lead. So, Brock, good work there to finish off the drive in the end zone and retake the lead.
You just get this feeling every once in a while in games, this sucker's going to be a back-and-forth football game. So what a great job offensively to jump out in front here in the first half of play.
Talk about a chip shot.
Gano for the PAT. Right down the middle. It's good. And the Giants take a 4-point lead. Now ready to send this away. Abdullah now to return. He stopped on the return at the 27. Out comes Las Vegas on offense. They're getting close to a minute to play, Brock, and they're going to need that time with a long field ahead. The drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Minshew working from the gun. Got a man, Vallis has it. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs. Just one play into this drive, and they're already sitting on their own 45. 1st and 10, Minshew. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Another look for him, Brock, and hey, why not with the way he's playing so far? But this time, just couldn't hang on.
I think you'll see coordinators at times, Kate, get away from something that's working. I like that they go back to him. Make them defend him and stop him. They did that time. My hunch is they'll look for that receiver again today.
This is hauled in by Myers. He's got a gain of 6 there. Tackled on that play by Isaiah Simmons.
Kate, one thing I learned from the late, great Mike Leach is, yeah, the system was called air raid, but it wasn't just attacking downfield. His philosophy, and it played out right there, is you have to attack every inch of the field, both vertically and horizontally, without routes or in routes, just like that.
Throwing all the way to the end zone here. And he sails that one over the end zone.
A couple of my favorite nicknames, Kate, over the last decade in football. The Legion of Boom, obviously, out in Seattle. But how about the no-fly zone that was cooking in Denver? That right there, that is a no-fly zone, trying to make the play in the end zone, and a beautiful job by the defender to knock it away.
Hunter takes the field on 4th down, and he sends this one flying. And no chance at a return. He wisely angled it for the sideline and got it down to the 12 before going out. The Giants and Drew Lock ready to go again on offense. And we're all hoping his hot start can continue. He's been putting up some numbers early in this contest. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Out of the gun, they'll look to throw. Into the hands of Neighbors. Good little rip there. Looks like about 6. Divine Diablo there on the tackle. after a good pickup. They've got 2nd and 4. Here's Lock to the air. That's incomplete left side.
Hey, Kate, I know it's unrealistic to expect a 100% completion rate from anywhere on the field. But in this close, you really shouldn't be missing too many throws. Those need to be borderline automatic.
So after that prior incompletion, we've got 3rd down. Off the play fake, he'll throw. That's caught for the first. And they're going to bring him down just beyond the 30 at the 31. A new set of downs awaits him. Here's 1st and 10. Here's Lock. Robinson complete. And he made a bid for midfield there, but stopped on his own side at the 49. The Giants are going to call their final timeout here. And that's all they've got for what little remains of this half. First and 10 from a yard shy of midfield. They'll throw it again. And this won't be caught. Clock is going to stop. We've got 14 seconds to go. So after the incompletion, here comes the 2nd down call. Receiver in motion, headed right. Takes the handoff, now to throw. This is complete to Neighbors. And he drives this across midfield and down into enemy territory. That's going to bring us to the end of this first half of football with the Giants holding things down in East Rutherford. Now we'll send you down the East Coast to Orlando. Turn things over to our buddy Jonathan Coachman in the EA Sports Halftime Report.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. Back to you and Brock in a bit. But first, time for our EA Sports Halftime Report. The G-Man got a strong first half from the veteran quarterback, Drew Lock. He came on after a slow start to fire 2 second-quarter touchdown passes and give his guys the lead at the intermission.
Carlson all set now for the kickoff. This return starts at the 5. This return makes it up to the 25. The Giants headed back out on offense. Their quarterback returning to the field now. And this is some quality film review right here. Look at this. Couple of touchdowns. Good amount of yards, too. He's been moving them down the field like only he can. Putting together quite the game for himself in the process. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Shotgun snap. They're going to throw. And there's a man there. It's intercepted. Roberts Delaney has it. And the Raiders take possession down inside the 30 after the interception. And it doesn't matter who gets that ball to start the second half because he picks it off on the very first play.
I wonder at halftime, down there in that locker room on the whiteboard, if that defensive coaching staff just said simply, go get the ball. It's exactly what they do, and it totally changes the complexion of this second half.
Now the Raider offense headed back to the field. And they're set up well inside of enemy territory, and they've got a short field after that pick. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Minshew looking to throw. And he just gets rid of it. Knew he had a couple of plays left. Didn't want to take a risk there on first down.
Well, that's one you chalked up to the pressure, earning that incompletion. They came in before he could find a target, hit him, altered that last-second attempt to get rid of it.
No dice on that prior pass. Here's second down. Low back in the backfield, and they give it to him. And he finds space for about a 3-yard gain. Drew Phillips making the tackle.
You know, they got some positive yards. That's a good thing. But too many plays like that, it just is too hard to pile together, get first downs against the better defenses in this league.
Let's see what they draw up on a 3rd and 7. In the shotgun, Minshew escapes the pocket. And they get to him as he was trying to make something happen. And the defense comes through to back him up ahead of 4th down.
In theory, Kate, that's exactly what complementary man coverage is supposed to look like. The DBs, well, they're sticky on the back end of it. The front end, that pass rush, it makes an impact. It gets home. But, of course, we know it's not that simple. It is really tough to lock down a full field in more than a second or two.
Daniel Carlson out to try this Raiders field goal. From the right hash, 52 yards out. And this kick is good. He needed to get all of it there, and he did. Hold on, though. There's a flag down here. Although, if this is on the defense, Brock, they're probably just going to decline it and keep that make. Thought he had a chance to block it, but he ends up wiping out the kicker instead, and that's going to award their offense a first down. You hate to see this on 4th down for that defense, roughing the kicker. Now they've got a first inside the red zone. Takes the handoff, now Minshew. Falls to the ground out left, incomplete.
You really want those throws to be like clockwork for your offense. Every team needs to hit passes in that short to intermediate range to effectively move the ball.
Couldn't connect on first. It's second down. Out of the gun, Madison. And he'll have a short pickup down to the 17. Give him 3 that time. That's going to bring up 3rd and 7.
You know, not a ton of yards, but still showing that commitment to the ground game. The type of run that keeps the defense from loading up in coverage and focusing entirely on that passing game.
5 men in the secondary for the G-men now ahead of 3rd down. Minshew setting up to throw. In the goal line. And they'll get this down nearly to the end zone. Instead, stopped at the 2. That one goes for 15, and now they're going to have 1st and goal.
I'm not sure how this defense let that guy slip through him like that. On 3rd down, nonetheless, he took that snap as an opportunity, and man, did he make an impact play.
Give it to Madison. And a couple of teammates combining there for the stop after just 1 yard.
Okay, all right. There's a little progress on 1st and goal. You keep it safe, you push a little closer, and now you're set up for what you want to do on 2nd down.
Now it's 2nd and goal from the 1. Inside handoff goes to Madison. And he runs it across. Touchdown! The Raiders grab the lead on their first series of the half. Took a couple of runs into that wall before they finally punched it across for the score.
Well, that defensive front, you know they were dialed up to make a stand, but it was going to be a challenge to make another 2 stops even after that one. That crack formed in the wall, and it burst through for a touchdown.
Point after from Carlson is up and good. And the Raiders push their lead to 3. all set now for the kickoff. Here's a return from the 7. Well, have decent field position to begin with here, Brock. He's tackled just beyond that 30-yard line. The Giants ready for their next series, led out on offense by their quarterback. And he has continued to own this defense and keep on throwing that football, partner, making this performance one that he's going to remember, but as you like to say, the defense would probably rather forget. They've got first down from the 31. Looking to throw here and shake off that previous INT. And he's just going to get rid of this one. Smart move there. When you saw the field, it's going to be second down.
Everybody wants to play quarterback until a play like that. Almost no resistance off the ball and the defense ready to maul you. It was all he could do to get rid of it before he gets just clocked.
So after the incompletion, here comes the second down call. Locked to throw it. Finds his target, Robinson. And he'll be out of bounds right along the 40.
That's really good instinct by the eyes up in the sky. The play caller seeing space on the perimeter, a well-timed screen, and a positive gain out of it.
Third down, 1 yard to go. A give to Tracy up the middle. And he's tackled with the first down yardage.
Win the early battle. Get a little leverage. Low man wins off the line, and that's all that was needed to ensure that first down right there.
Ball on the 45, first and 10. Throwing now, off play action. We'll just huck this one into row C, and some lucky fan is going to haul in a heck of a souvenir.
There was almost no resistance offered against a rush that came off the line ready to maul anything in sight. It was all the QB could do to get rid of that before he gets absolutely clobbered.
No dice on that prior pass. Here's second down. A give right side to Tracy. He's contained at the line for no gain. Tracked down by Robert Spillane. No gain on the play, and they still need 10 now on third down.
You know, Kate, over the years, I've heard running backs say there's just times you got to run in the darkness. And when linebackers fill that hole like that right in the middle of the field, he ran right into the darkness and the pain of that linebacker.
Throw on third down. Taken in by Bellinger. And they'll get him down after he gets into the 48.
You can earn your money in the NFL in all sorts of different ways, but defensively, in a league where you're just not hitting as much in training camp, you're not tackling as much as they got to in the old days, and you can make a play in the open field. Keep them short like that, I promise you some money will follow.
They bring on the punt team, and they get this kick away. And this one is out of bounds, no return on the kick. The Raiders returning their offense, and this running back to the field. And they were not blessed with the short field they got on their prior drive. This one is a world away as they begin deep on their own side. They're out and set, first and 10. They motion Tucker over left. Going on first is Minshew. Nowhere to go with it, so he just throws it away.
Well, you certainly want those throws to be automatic. Every team, if you're going to be efficient, you've got to hit those passes in the short to intermediate zone to effectively move the ball in this league.
Couldn't connect on first. It's second down. Out of the gun, Minshew. He had it for a moment, but a complete defensive play to jar it loose, incomplete.
defense, you got to see the pass. You got to time up your hit, and you got to jar that ball loose. Not a lot of offensive players are hanging on to that one through a well-placed hit.
Last pass unsuccessful, and they have third down here. Back to throw, Minshew. He'll dump this one off to his running back, complete. And he's tackled after gaining a handful.
I call this quarterback's best friend. Some call it a safety valve, some call it automatic, but it's sure nice as a quarterback when you got a trusty running back over the middle of the field that you can depend on.
The Raiders bringing out the punting unit. It'll be A.J. Cole doing the honors. And he finally gets a hold of one here. This is hit far. And that fair catch corralled just beyond the 25-yard line. No return on that punt. And it'll be Giants football. So here come the Giants, ready to take over again on offense. And they'll try for better results this time around, Brock, after they had to punt it away last time out. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10.
Let's get in that end zone.
All right, boys. Let's keep it up.
And begin with a quick completion to the right side. They're working a couple yards past the line. Stopped by the unmistakable Max Crosby. Eight yards to go. Let's see how they approach this second down.
Together, all. Keep it together. Take it all the way.
Off the play fake, he's going to throw. Has his man, it's Tracy.
This is one of those plays, Kate. I could just hear defensive buzzwords. Pursue, effort, run him down. Just a total effort defensively to knock that running back right out of bounds and put a negative yardage mark on the stat sheet.
Here he is on 3rd and long. Neighbors with the catch. And this one's brought to a halt at about the 36-yard line.
You know, I like the completion. You never turn down a completion. That's just not the right throw to make in that spot to move the chains.
What is this? The Giants are set to punt. It's going to be Jamie Gillen doing the honors. And he'll get under this one and make the fair catch at the 19-yard line. We don't get a return out of that punt. And it'll be Raider football. Their offense returning to the field for another possession. They didn't add to their lead last time out. So they punted it away, but still ahead and able to add to it here. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. They've got a man in motion. From the gun, a run for Madison. And he won't salvage that. It's a loss on the play.
This is one of those plays that I wish we had the huddle mic'd up, Kate, because I can assure you that offensive line in their own way is telling that running back, sorry, we did not give you any chance.
Offense to the line for 2nd down. Here's Madison again. And it's a nice gain, but still not enough for the first.
I got to really rack my brain, Kate, to remember a play, a run in this league that nice that doesn't end up getting an offensive 1st down. He did all he could to will this drive forward.
So now here's 3rd and 5. Play action, it's Minshew. They got it back. They can try and salvage something. Almost the impact play this defense was searching for, but they could only get half the job done, partner. Fumble forced, but they couldn't recover.
I'll tell you what else it forces, though. That coordinator, that play caller on the other side, now got a little bit of doubt about his ball handlers. Got to have better ball security than that.
On is the punt team, and away goes the punt. And little to nothing on that return as the coverage team gets to him. It's a 61-yard punt that time. And they'll get ready to go on offense. The Giants about to get to work on offense. And I'm sure they're tired of bringing out the punter, Brock. They're hopefully going to give him some rest this time around and find some points to go after that lead. Good starting field position for the Giants as they head up 1st and 10. They go play action here. And they make the stop, we're going to say about the 37-yard line. This one goes for an even 25 yards. And it's good enough for a New York first down.
This entire play, Kate, depends on how well he can separate from his man. You get man-to-man coverage, it's really about two things: separation and trust. Because QBs want to throw it before he breaks, that's the trust. And then they got to believe that that separation can create the big play down the field.
Markers reset, ball at the 37. Motioning the tight end now. Got a man, Robinson has it. Gets it ahead, has about 5 yards. Jacorian Bennett there for the tackle.
You know, Kate, over the years, I've heard defensive coordinators say, hey, you got to earn the right to rush the passer. You got to earn the right for me to call blitzes. And when you call a blitz and you don't get home and you don't hit the quarterback, you've earned nothing.
Shotgun snap, a gift to Tracy. And their struggles on the ground continue as he's tackled after a small gain. Just 2 yards there on the carry. They're going to need another 2 now on 3rd down. Block looking to throw. He has room past the 25. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
This dude just simply got a nose for the marker no matter how they get him the ball, Kate. Hand it to him, and he sniffs out that first down. Get it to him on a screen, and it's no different. He surges ahead and keeps this drive moving.
They have themselves another 1st and 10.
Out of here with a W.
Throwing off the play fake here. He's got pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
Even from the booth, Kate, I could hear it. I could hear that front 7 telling the guys on the back end, hey, all I need is a couple seconds of lockdown from you guys, and I'm going to get to this QB. You promise that you deliver? And that's exactly what they did. Wasted no time in getting that sack.
Back to the line they go. It's 2nd down.
Not like we can freeze the defense. We got to make a play here.
Trying the right side with Tracy. And he's down into the red zone. This run gets to the 18. That's 8 yards for the gain, and that narrows it to just 5 yards needed on 3rd down.
You make that call to just give yourself a fighting chance on 3rd down, Kate. Take at least a little bite out of the big meal between them and the first down marker. And that should make this upcoming call a little less daunting.
3rd down from the gun. That's going to be an incomplete pass on the throw to the right.
Can't cover it much better than that. Really well covered, Kate, on that play. There just simply was not a window for him to sneak that throw in.
On 4th down, we'll see Graham Gano lead the Giants field goal unit out. This is a 35-yard look from the right hash. The kick by Gonzalez is good. And that will tie things up in the 3rd.
Inspiring a bunch of confidence in himself right there, Kate. 2nd time they brought him out for a field goal, and 2nd time he's knocked it right through. Trust is earned in a number of different ways on the field, but that's the best way to gain it as a kicker.
Gano ready to send this away. Abdullah now to return. He stopped on the return at the 27. Time for the Raiders offense to hit the field. Their last drive didn't make it very far before they had to punt it away, partner, so hopefully this one has some better legs to it. Chiefs ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Minshew working from the gun. And this one's brought to a halt at about the 36-yard line.
That is the epitome of staying on schedule. That kind of completion right there on 1st down. Well, it opens up the entirety of the playbook for 2nd down. And 3rd and short in your back pocket. You can get even more aggressive and take that shot.
Oh, look at this. Quick touch pass to the receiver. And the defenders are there to get him at the line. Jason Pinnock there on the tackle. Nothing for them on 2nd down, and now it's 3rd and 1.
Hey, I know 3rd and 1 feels like an automatic running down, but after seeing that last play yield you nothing, this offense and that coordinator's got a seed of doubt. This defense playing some mind games with them.
Short gets a game to the tight end. And he could not get there. They stop him right at the line. They stop him just short and force a 4th and 1.
Big man up front said, not in my house. Let me tell you, Kate, once you're in the grasp of one of those big old fellas on the D-line, you're done. They would say it on the East Coast like this, it's over. Over.
Las Vegas sends out the punt team. He sends this away, definitely his best kick of the game thus far. And that hit right at the 10. Somehow, though, got a wicked bounce and makes it into the end zone for a touchback. This offense getting all set for this series. And they settled for a field goal on their last series, so points are a positive, but they'll look to upgrade to a touchdown here. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Slot man in motion right. Staying between the tackles with Tracy. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
Kid, I'll never forget walking into the Hall of Famer Dwight Freeney's meeting room with those defensive linemen. The late, great John Tierlink, his coach, he had a little sign up in his office, and it was sacks, and that money sign was the S, because ends and D linemen make their money with sacks. But you win games when they stop the run like that for a tackle for loss.
And he found some running room for a nice gain. That's a 9-yard pickup, and it gives him a 3rd and 2.
When you don't have great success on 1st down, Kate, it's a little bit like a hitter in baseball falling behind in the count. And all you want to do as a hitter is get back to a fighting chance. Give yourself a better count. That play, well, it does the same here. Now a much more manageable and opportune 3rd down situation.
Here's Tracy once more. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage.
Most of the people watching will forget about that play in a couple minutes, but the coaches won't forget. He has that filed away the next time he really needs to pick up a few yards.
It's a new set of downs for him at the 32. Going to the ground again on 1st. And he sneaks this through the middle, maybe a gain of 2.
I think we got to be careful, and I'll raise my hand of thinking that play was just a nothing burger. Because what can happen from that, Kate, is he put some nice toppings on it. A play-action pass, a shot that comes down the road from what looked like a very plain play.
Finds a man right side. And he'll get it up to the 44.
Here we go.
A game they were pretty happy with goes away via the penalty. And now we're going to wait to see how they respond. All right, here we go. 2nd down. They'll send him over right. Running it after the penalty. And he found some running room for a nice gain. Give him 9 yards there, partner. A strong gain. And now a much more manageable 3rd and 4. We're still tied through 3 here. Neither defense has given an inch in this one. It's a tie ball game through 3. We'll see which side separates here in the 4th. Third and 4 coming up now.
Yeah, keep them guessing, oh. Hey, let's go, let's go. Take it all the way, I haven't seen your teeny celebration. We can make a play.
They're going play action. He's going to loft one deep to the left. And that one's incomplete. For now, he brings up 4th. Let's see what this penalty flag is all about. So they'll decline this and take the results.
Totally a penalty.
So out now comes the punter. And he's going to do the honors for the 4th time today. And some textbook work covering that punt. It is stopped after almost nothing on the return. Call that punt a 52-yard effort. And they're going to take over possession. They're out and set, 1st and 10. Out of the pistol, Minshew. Launches his one deep downfield. And the defender redirects that deep shot. Nicely done, incomplete.
How many times do defenders hear from their coaches, read and react, read and react? You got to read where the quarterback's eyes are going, and more importantly, you got to react as he begins to throw and knock that ball away.
So after the incompletion, here comes the 2nd down call. Up the middle they go with Madison. And he's swallowed up by one of the big guys up front right at the line. No gain on the play, and they still need 10 now on 3rd down.
Job one of so many D tackles in this league is eat up space. Don't get moved off your spot. But the difference makers, they just not only eat the space, they eat those runners too.
Man in motion here. Minshew now on 3rd down. Complete beyond the marker. And he's brought down after a nice gain and a 1st down.
Well, that is pretty darn impeccable timing between the two. To hit a curl route of that length, it takes great anticipation and precision by the quarterback, and the receiver on the other end finishing it, doing his job.
1st down now, ball at the 39-yard line. Marshall there to bring it in. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down. Second and 6 coming up here. Here's Madison. And he pushes forward, but they don't get much there. Give him 2 on the run. That's going to set him up with 3rd and 4. Shotgun, Minshew. He has the first over the middle. And they'll get him down after he gets into the 48. That one gains 7. And that's a Vegas 1st down.
And those are the completions they rely on from their passing game.
1st and 10, ball set up at the 48. Man in motion out of the slot. 1st and 10, Minshew. sets him up with 1st and goal.
You can't start a fire without a spark. Well, how about a lightning bolt? What a huge game that totally changes the tone of the drive.
Could take the lead with a field goal, Brock, but thinking touchdown here as they get set up 1st and goal. They'll try with the wideout. He's hit it the wrong way on the reverse. They got him behind the line.
We call that play to surprise the defense, try to get to the goal line. But a quick adjustment by the defense, well, kept him in position to make the stop and ruin that play.
2nd and goal, back to all the way up to the 14 here. They'll run. This is Madison. And he'll go down shy of the end zone. They mark him at the 4.
Even though that run did not net them a 1st down, I can promise you this, Kate. I promise you. I know how it works. They're going to circle that one. They're going to remember that one. And when they need some key yards on the ground, they'll come back to that call later.
So now, here's 3rd and goal. Throwing here, Minshew. On the move, headed right. Trying to get away from the pressure, but he can't, and they drop it. And they'll try to build on that big stop.
And right there's the danger, Kate, when you put the ball in the air. How many times do we see these coordinators, when you get a nice run, right, you gain some steam on the ground, you stick with the ground game. They don't, they call the pass, and the defense reacts, and reacts well with a sack.
On comes Daniel Carlson for a pretty important kick. This only a chip shot from the right hash. Flying down the heart of the lane, and it's good! And they take the lead in the 4th quarter.
Big play next drive.
That field goal gives them the lead for the moment, Kate, but you don't feel comfortable when you look up at that scoreboard. This one isn't over, and that lead certainly isn't safe.
All set now for the kickoff. Return coming from the 6. He stopped on the return at the 27. The home teams, Tyrone Tracy running back on now. And those legs must be tired, but he ain't stopping, Brock. Not with the type of game that he's been having for himself on the ground. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10.
I believe in you, offense.
Hand off to Tracy. The flag's down as he stops. Looks like this one's on the offense.
Hold on to the ball.
Would have liked to have kept that big play, but the officials and penalties say no. It's got to come back. They'll motion Slayton left. Okay, the wide receiver's going to get it to begin the drive. And he takes this across. Nope, beg your pardon. They're going to spot him right at the 35-yard line. It's a gain of 5. That brings up 2nd down.
Well, I know this. This staff loves the athleticism and versatility he brings to the offense. That's not only as a receiver, but as someone who can take occasional carries and turn them into good yards.
2nd and 1. He's got him. That's Tracy. And he'll get taken down after advancing this to the 37. 2 yards on the pickup. And the Giants will have a 1st down.
A play like this, that's exactly where you want to get him the ball. Right on the outside, where he's got the space and a lot more room to work.
Markers reset. Ball at the 37. Running back sent in motion. Connects with Slayton. And they finally bring him down, but that is a to pick up the first down after a gain of 26.
That is what elite offenses are all about. Why worry about 3 downs when you need only 1? Move the chains in one play and keep driving that defense backwards.
Markers reset, ball at the 37. They motion a receiver left. On the handoff, this is Tracy. And he'll come up with a gain of 3 on the run up the middle.
Hey, not a bad play by any means, but there's room for more, and they know it.
Second down now, 7 to go.
Scoring on this drive, I feel it.
Hands it to the receiver here in motion. Oh, look at this sweep. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
You know what that felt like to me, Kate? That felt like a little bit of overthinking, where he was just waiting for the perfect lane and the breakaway run. But against defenses in this league, you hesitate, you get tackled for a loss.
Defense can't stop you.
They put a receiver in motion right. Throw on third down. That is caught on the sideline, and he gets the feet down. That goes as a gain of 25 yards and picks up the first.
It was such a privilege for me to watch Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne in person in Indianapolis do their work. This showing how good the deep out is a chain-moving play. It's all about getting that leverage at the top of the route and then exploiting the leverage as that ball arrives on time downfield.
All right, I'll set up now. 1st and 10. From the gun, it's Tracy. In the middle holds. They don't get anything on the run. No progress on 1st down, and that'll bring up 2nd and 10.
Made it all look so simple, didn't he? That linebacker sorting right through the traffic, finding the runner. That's instincts come to life.
2nd and 10. Need to get some positive yardage here. They go right back to Tracy. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain. It'll be a gain of 5. They still need 4 on 3rd down.
This is a guy who, man, when he is in a group, when he is feeling it, you're just not going to bring him down with an arm tackle. You better buckle up. You need a textbook tackle on this guy. Wrap, grab some cloth, and drive him to the ground with all you got.
Shotgun now on 3rd down. And throw it back to the end zone and out of bounds.
QBs, well, they're a lot like the great shooters in the NBA. Hey, listen, sometimes you're going to miss. You just got to shake it off and keep shooting away.
This one of the biggest moments of the game for Graham Gano. Pretty easy kick here, Brock. Just 22 yards. Flying down the heart of the lane, and it's good! And in the 4th quarter, that's going to tie the game.
So many of these players on the field, Kate, they just strive for consistency, but not the kickers. They strive for perfection, and so far, he's just that.
Gano ready to send this away. Returning it from the 4. And in the end, he's able to get it to what used to be a touchback. It's at the 25 after the return. The Raiders are back onto the field, led by Gardner Minshew. And on that last drive, Brock, he crossed a notable threshold in passing yards for the season. Always nice when you can reach one of those plateaus to look back on after the year is over. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Minshew. He'll get this to Tucker. And he's short of the first after a mild gain.
That is a textbook 1st down completion. Sets up 2nd and very manageable and creates space to take that shot downfield.
After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. They send a man in motion. Makes the handoff. Now Minshew. Into the hands of Tucker. Complete. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. Wow, they get a big old 32 yards out of that play, as well as a new set of downs.
You know, Kay, we often talk about flipping the field in special teams, right? A kick return, a good punt. Well, an explosive play like that does the exact same thing. Look at the difference in field position. By hitting on that shot, you've totally flipped the field and the tone of this drive.
Down inside the 40 now with a first down following that last play. Out of the gun, Madison. And he's stopped at the 31-yard line. A nice 6-yard pickup. They're going to have 2nd and 4.
That run's not going to turn many heads, but at the end of the year, I promise you, if you average over 5 yards a run, you can be a Pro Bowler.
After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. They kick the running back in motion. 2nd and 4. Complete here to Bowers. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
It sure seemed like he knew exactly where he was going with that right off the snap.
All set up now for 1st and 10. Handoff now from the gun. Gets to space right side. They'll have 1st and goal to go now after they gain 18 on the previous play.
That's pretty good right there now. You don't always expect a sizable gain when you run it on 1st down. You just want some yards to set up an easier 2nd down play. But they will take that execution every time.
Could take the lead with a field goal, Brock, but thinking touchdown here as they get set up 1st and goal. Putting a receiver in motion. Inside handoff goes to Madison. And he runs into a wall there. Multiple defenders ready to stop him cold at the line. No gain that time, and now it'll be 2nd and goal.
You know, Kate, these are the situations in training camp that I love more than anything to watch. You learn so much about a football team in these goal-to-go situations. You know you got to protect that goal line, and the defense, well, they did the job on 1st down. More to come.
And he's able to get it to the 2 before the stop. A pickup of 4, that brings up 3rd and goal.
Well, you haven't given up the goal line yet, but this offense is moving closer and closer. Now might be the time defensively to get a little more aggressive, try to stick them with the loss, and make a difficult 4th down decision.
Looking to throw. It's tipped away, and he's going to hit the ground incomplete. Defender winning that rep. That brings up 4th down.
I think we're starting to get a feel, aren't we, of why they like him so much in coverage. He reacts well to throws, is super adept at breaking up passes through contact, or like that one before they could ever reach the target.
Flying down the heart of the lane, and it's good! And they take the lead in the 4th quarter.
Well, I tell you what, you get to this time of the game, you've got to have that reliable kicker on the sideline to turn things over to. That's the definition of clutch right there as they take the lead.
Carlson all set now for the kickoff. Fielded at the 7. He stopped on a return at the 27. Now this offense getting set to work here. And the last drive did end in points. Not as many as they wanted, though. They had to settle for that field goal despite advancing the football pretty well. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Robinson in motion right. Connects with the crosser. They touch him down, but a great pickup, and it's
sure seems like he knew exactly where he was going with that before the snap. That's a pre-snap decision that led to a post-snap first down.
Great start to the drive. They're up in the neighborhood of midfield after just one play. Locked down. He's got Bellinger. And he'll cross the 50 and start pushing onto the opposing side of the field.
He's just one of those guys, Kate. Even when he's not open, he's still a target thanks to that physicality and his ability to just play bully ball. They don't like forcing into coverage, but sometimes when you got a bully like him that can create space, you just find a way to get him the ball.
The give to Tracy up the middle. Works the sideline inside the 35. And he'll finally be taken down at the 25. It's a gain of 22. And it's good enough for a New York first down. So we're down to the 2-minute warning here from New York. Giants down by only 3. And they've got themselves another 1st and 10.
He's pushing the rock down the field.
Here's Luck to the air. So what a finish this is shaping up to be. The late touchdown here, Brock, moves them in front.
And week to week, what a pleasure it is for us to call these games. We never know what kind of game we're going to get. This one's been everything you could have wanted. And now, even though they've taken the lead, there's still enough time on that other sideline for them to go mount a response.
A chance to take their lead beyond a field goal on this point after. And it's good, so they take the lead, and the extra point buys them some breathing room. A field goal does not tie it now. Gano ready to send this away. Abdullah now to return. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. The offense returning to the field now as we get a look at their wideouts. They find themselves down here in the 4th after that touchdown. This game could end up depending on how they respond right here. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Here he is to throw. Couldn't bring it in over the middle. Incomplete. Trying getting that one to Brock Bowers. And it sets up 2nd down.
You know, in the NFL, offensive-minded teams would call it a perfect Friday. They don't want the ball to hit the ground once. And especially on these short to intermediate throws, you've got to count on those being efficient and effective.
He's on a quick hitter. And he'll get it out to the 34 before he's tracked down. And now the Raiders call for the first of their timeouts. And they'll take a moment to ponder what the call is going to be on 3rd down. With a new set of downs.
They like to say it's about the Jimmies and the Joes. I think that's about the X's and the O's. That's a well-drawn-up completion that nets them a 1st down.
Raiders moving quickly, trying to get set as the clock continues to run. Setting up to pass. And he just sucks this one away. Wasn't going to risk a throw or force something. It brings up second down. He'll look to throw. This is holding from Myers. That one goes for 31 yards and a first down when all is said and done.
I love this, Kate. No issues at all going to this receiver in the short field because they know at any time when this man touches the ball, he could transform a short completion into a big play.
Sets him up nice and pretty at the 25 following that big play. Back to throw. He's on the move. Gets a little something out of it before sliding to a stop.
I love that play. I mean, that's quarterback 101. Nothing downfield, get what you can with your legs, but so much more importantly, protect yourself. Availability, one of the most important abilities for any quarterback.
Play action, it's Minshew. Going left side, Bowers has it. Put it out of bounds after a small gain.
Quarterbacks will look for their tight end short in just about any situation. They take away the deeper options, and there's their consistent source of positive yardage, the trusty tight end.
Chance to move the chains here on 3rd and 4. Here he is to throw. Complete beyond the marker. And he's tackled with the first down yardage. Throwing now on play action. He's got it to him yet again, and that one is caught. Now the Raiders using the last of their timeouts. And now they're powerless to stop that clock with a timeout at least. Eight yards to go. Let's see how they approach this second down. Sticking in the air with Minshew. And the coverage is too good there. Didn't find a throw that he was confident in, so just throws it away. 3rd down coming up. To throw. Defense comes through. 4th down, that much tougher. So here at MetLife, it's the G-Men who come away with the win. And there was no easing up. It took some white knuckling until the very end, but their defense carried that small lead through to the finish line as they escape with the victory. So that'll do it for this one. With Brock Heward, I'm Kate Scott. It's a well-earned win for the Giants as we say so long from New York.
It's the NFL on EA Sports. And if it's in the game, it's in the game. This should be a good one to watch. And it comes your way next. Now from the home of the 49ers, Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, this is EA Sports coverage of the National Football League. So good to have you on board with us. Mike Tirico, Greg Olson here in the booth. Greg, in this league, you know it, you lived it. Undergoing a changing of the guard at the quarterback position sometimes can be traumatic, but a lot of times it leads to hope. We've got a couple of teams here with young signal callers looking towards the future.
And you know the old saying, Mike, in the NFL, it is truer than ever. If you have a quarterback, you have a chance. And here we have two teams that feel like they have that quarterback position of the future settled. There's going to be some growing pains. There's going to be some moments where that youth rears its head. But over the long term, both these organizations feel like they have an answer at the most critical position in all of sports.
Here's Jake Moody to get this one kicked off. And off we go from Santa Clara. This is going to be taken in at the 3. And he's brought down right at the 25-yard line. The Washington offense going to make their way to the field for the first time. They are led by the former Heisman Trophy winner out of LSU, Jaden Daniels.
And even though he's just a rookie, Mike, I think it's safe to say Jaden Daniels, he is one of the most dynamic athletes that we have in the entire NFL at the quarterback position. And on top of that, he's not a one-dimensional player. Yes, he's going to make splash plays with his feet, and he's going to make some highlight reel plays. But he is a quarterback. He can make every throw. He's got great arm talent. If he can continue to find the balance between those two aspects, he's got a chance not to have just success today. He has a chance to have success for a long time in this league. Just seems like another case of predetermining where the quarterback is going to go with the ball. Got a lot of good route options on that last concept. I think if he just remains a little bit more patient, read the play out, let it unfold, will lead to some easier and better completions.
Throwing on second down, Daniels. Now hit air one out.
They told us this week they were going to try to come out fast. And tell you what, that's exactly what they did. Put immediate pressure on this secondary and let them know, hey, all game long today, you better defend every blade of grass because we're coming out fired. And even though that ball falls incomplete, it goes a long way in setting up the rest of this game plan as the game unfolds.
On third down, they'll throw with Daniels. He's got a man, it's McClure. And they're going to move the ball all the way up to the 45-yard line.
And this is what you can do when you have one of the best receivers in the game. You understand that even if the coverage is not perfect for the play call, sometimes it's just as simple as my guy is better than your guy, and we're going to just keep giving him a chance.
A fresh set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10. The air again, it is Daniels. Downfield, McLaurin brings it in. A gain there of 23 yards. Good for a Commander's first down.
Every staff in the league that understands that we have to play a rookie quarterback, regardless of their talent, regardless of how high they were drafted. The ideal situation is to fill that huddle with as many veteran players as possible. The quarterback's going to be young. He's going to make some mistakes. The more veteran, talented guys around him, the easier it is to weather those mistakes. Well, we've seen time and time again just how dangerous this quarterback can be, Mike, and he decides to tuck it and take off. So that is a great job defensively to rally to the football and hold them to just a short game.
Here's a 2nd and 6. And in motion is Brown. On play action, Daniels. There he goes again. And Daniels will slide to a stop. Wise move as a young quarterback. That's how you stay around and become a vet. He picked up the first down. They continue to roll, continue to move the chains. That was a gain of 15. Down at the 12. It's first and 10. quickly, he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Nothing more.
You want to see linebackers play downhill, Mike, meaning there's not a lot of side-to-side pursuit. They're attacking the line of scrimmage, attacking the ball carrier. That's exactly what we saw with this guy here. He's able to make the stop at the line of scrimmage and keep it to no gain.
On second down, it's Daniel. He pulls it in around the 5. He is in. Barry McLaurin. Touchdown, Washington. A terrific way to start this one. Not only a touchdown, but a nice long march down the field. Makes it a long walk back to the bench for the defense.
Mike, that's about as good as you can imagine starting a game offensively. To be able to sustain that many plays and be able to cap it off with a touchdown, that is a dream start for this offense.
Austin Seibert now for the extra point. He's got it. And the Commanders will take a 7-0 lead. Seibert now following the touchdown. He's out to kick it away. We'll start at the 4. Good return as he takes it across the 30. Well, 49ers offense set to get to work for the first time. Led out by the last pick of the draft in 2022. Iowa State's Brock Purdy at quarterback.
Mr. Irrelevant. Well, I think it's safe to say, Mike, he has been anything but irrelevant since arriving in the NFL, and he is living proof. It doesn't matter if you're drafted first overall, or in his case, with the very last pick. What does matter is what you do with the opportunity once it's given to you. Nothing real flashy about his game. He simply gets the job done, and that's exactly what his team is putting on him today. He's got 60 minutes.
And he'll manage to get to the 33. Jonathan Allen, the big man from the interior, with the stop. Second down and 8. Play fake to the captain. Now Herbert. A toss, left side, caught by his running back. Was brought down. That pass is going to pick up 4 and bring up third down.
So you come back out here after watching the opposing team score first, and what you want to do is you got to establish a little early rhythm and get the drive started. Get a little positive energy into that huddle, and what hopefully starts out good ends with you being able to get some points of your own.
That's into the hands of Jordan Mason.
I think this is one of those plays that when the ball carrier watches this back in the film room tomorrow, he's going to be a little frustrated with himself. If he could just have made that one guy miss, he picks up the first down. Instead, he gets brought down short of the sticks, and now they got a fourth down decision to make.
And no run back here. Fair catch taken at the 17-yard line. The Commanders' offense ready now for their second drive. They lead 7-0 thanks to the touchdown on the opening drive. So try to double up here as they begin this drive first and 10. From the shotgun, it's Daniel. That's complete. Don Bates, the tight end. That's a gain of 19 and a very quick first down.
We talk so much about starting fast and then trying to sustain that throughout the course of the game. That's exactly what they're doing here. They've got the early lead, but they're not content to just sit on the ball. They're looking to extend it. Nice start here to this drive. Once they cross midfield, then it goes into go mode. You're trying to come away with points every single time you have the ball. It's a good way to start this game here in the first quarter.
That's taken in. It's Austin Eckler. And no chance to turn and go. That one good for just a couple. Look him up on a 2nd down and 8. The tight end Ertz in motion. Little short pass here, caught by his tight end. And he's going to be dropped after a pickup of about 5.
Well, let's give some credit to the big boys up front in the trenches. They knew that blitz was coming. They held up just long enough that the quarterback could get that ball out safely and results in a completion.
Now a 3rd and 2. The tight end Ertz in motion. He'll get this out loud. It's a gain of 10 yards. First down, Washington.
These 3rd down conversions are just so important, Mike. Everybody stresses we want to possess the ball, give our offense as much opportunity to end as many drives as we can, scoring points. If you want to stay on the field, you better be good on 3rd down.
Throw it again. Daniels. That one secured by the tight end Bates. They'll break the huddle. It's 2nd and 5. The tight end Ertz in motion. Yet another Alabama back in the lead. This is Brian Robinson. And they bring him down, but not until they get inside the 30-yard line.
This is already a little better than the first time they had the ball, Mike. Remember, opening possession, 3 and out. Showing some signs of life here now. Nice pick up there by the back to pick up the first down.
Set to go now on 1st and 10. They'll go again with Robinson. And that'll be a pickup of 3. Second and 7. Off the play fake, here's Daniels. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time, but contact jarring the ball loose and forcing 3rd down.
Doesn't get much better than that. Had he gotten there just a little bit earlier, he probably draws the flag a little late. It's probably a touchdown.
Here's 3rd and 7. They'll go play action here with Daniels. That is part of the 3. And they're going to get this all the way down inside the 5.
3rd downs, Mike, those are quarterback downs. Those are the downs where you tend to find yourself in a must-pass situation, and that's where the top guys in the league are still capable of overcoming it. So throw the ball downfield, be accurate with the ball. Winning on 3rd downs, that is a recipe for success.
Trying to push forward, but only a yard down to the 2. The ball a little closer now. It is 2nd and goal. They'll look to run with Eckler. Good blocking, and he's in. Austin Eckler. Touchdown, Commander. Greg, offensive coordinator's script the start of the game. This script has read perfectly. What a great start for this offense.
It just seems like every play this offensive coordinator dials up is perfectly timed and then perfectly executed. They've been aggressive, they've been efficient right since the start of this one, and I'll tell you what, Mike, if they continue to build on this lead here early, it's going to be a long day for this defense.
Seibert's extra point is true. And the Commanders will extend their first quarter lead. It's now 14-0. Seibert now following the touchdown. He's out to kick it away. Deebo Samuel going to get a chance to return it. Nice job by the return team as he takes it across the 30-yard line. The Niners offense ready to see what they can do on their second possession. They trail by 2 touchdowns, so the time is now. Got to get that rally going. It starts with 1st and 10.
This is you. Don't let us keep pushing the ball downfield.
Purdy walks out of the pistol. He'll locate his tight end, George Kittle. 16
It's so early in the game, you have to be careful now as coaches and players that you don't find yourself trailing early and get out of your game plan. There is so much time left. Stick to what you've worked on all week. There's plenty of time to chip away and see if you can make this thing close come the 4th quarter.
And the Commanders are going to have the football here at their own 35-yard line.
Yeah, Mike, what I think is interesting is we had a chance to sit down with this young player this week leading up to today's game, and it kind of felt to both of us that he had a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. He fell to the 2nd round on draft night. In his mind, he thought he was a 1st rounder. But I'll tell you what, whatever round he was drafted in, if he keeps making plays like this, there's going to be a lot of teams who are going to be kicking themselves for skipping over him on draft night.
From the 35, it's 1st and 10. The motion man here is McClure. And he's got it. And he's down on the other side of midfield. Mark him at the 48-yard line.
This is a tale as old as time, Mike. It seems that any time a team forces a takeaway, fumble, or interception, the ensuing drive starts with a shot, a deep play in the air to try to seize on some of that momentum. We just saw a great example of it here.
Here's Daniels. He throws right side down the field, and it is brought in. What a connection. He's down inside the 5-yard line.
If you want to score points at a high level in the NFL, you have to generate explosive plays. And after that big chunk pass play, they find themselves now down there in the red zone, and this is where you have to finish drives.
A couple of big plays, one after the other, and now it's 1st and goal. The tight end motioning left here. And that is caught in the end zone. He's in. Harry McLaurin. Touchdown, Washington. That is 2nd touchdown of the afternoon. What an opening quarter he is having. Greg, that is 2 touchdown receptions here in the 1st quarter.
Mike, all this guy has to do is keep this pace up, and he's going to have himself 8 touchdowns. But in all seriousness, if I'm this quarterback, I'm not looking anywhere else until this defense proves they have an answer, because right now, they don't have one.
Seibert out now for the extra point. The kick is good. And the Commanders looking terrific here out of the gate. Already up 21-0. Seibert now following the touchdown. He's out to kick it away. This will be returned from the 6. And a solid run back there. He'll get this out past the 30-yard line. Here's the San Francisco offense, ready to take possession of the ball once more. They are facing an uphill climb early. Begin this drive with 1st and 10.
Defense can't stop you. Now let's go get 6.
Out of the gun, it's Purdy. He'll find his tight end, Kittle on the right side.
Certainly not the biggest play of the day, but a good example of picking up positive yardage, staying ahead of the chains by a well-timed ball and a well-timed route.
They'll come up now for 2nd down and 4.
Come on, be patient. Steamroller, baby.
They'll put Ayuk in motion. Get this one complete. And that's a 1st down. It will be a gain of 8.
One of the easiest ways to negate these really good pass rushes in the NFL, Mike, is just to simply get the ball out of the quarterback's hand as fast as possible. And sometimes it's by design, sometimes it's based on need. But really nice job there by the quarterback, getting into the hands of his receiver and then see what he can do after the finish.
Not much happening there, just a short gain. Here's a 2nd and 9.
Our time to shine, fellas.
To throw to Purdy. Throwing the outside, Ayuk has it. And they're going to work this down inside the 45.
This may look like a simple connection, Mike, just pitch and catch, but I can promise you the amount of time these two guys have spent together on the practice field, in the meeting rooms, just getting on the same page, seeing the game through the same set of eyes, it makes what's pretty difficult seem a lot easier.
He'll complete this one. That's Deebo Samuel. And they'll move this ball way down inside the 20-yard line. So they move inside the 20, 1st and 10 at the 18. Throwing from the gun is Purdy. That'll be batted away. Incomplete. Coverage very strong defensively. It's 2nd down.
Well, if you're going to target him in the end zone, you better come correct, man, because this guy, he embraces those moments of one-on-one coverage when it matters the most, and I think he just saved 6 by getting his hands on that one.
Again, McCaffrey running right. And not much there. He's back to the original line. No gain on that one.
You could just see the frustration on the running back's face as he's getting helped up off the ground. Like, there was just nowhere to go from the moment he was handed the ball. Give credit to the defense. Great job.
Here's a 3rd and 10. From the shotgun, it's Purdy. Over the middle to Ayuk, complete. And a good job here defensively. They did not let him get away. He's well short of the 1st down marker.
Pick it up, Bears.
On 4th down, it's Jake Moody time for the Niners. Officially a 29-yard attack. Moody's kick is good. And the 49ers are on the board here in the 1st.
It's always a little bit of a letdown, Mike. You find yourself deep in the red zone and you have to settle for a short field goal like that. In this case, he's able to put it through, and they get 3.
Booty comes back on the field after making a field goal. He's set to kick off. Now return coming from the 7. And they'll bring him down just shy of the 30-yard line. There's Terry McLaurin and the Commanders' offense heading out for their next possession. And he's had an early impact on this game. Sensational start. And you know they're going to be looking his way more as this game goes on. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. Off play action. He's set up to throw. Nowhere to get away, and he's going to go down. That is Leonard Floyd, the veteran who got to the quarterback.
The best thing they did here, Mike, is keep their rush lane integrity. What that means is you have to rush the quarterback as a unit. Keep him in the pocket. Keep him on that X. And when you do, man, he becomes a sitting duck for this pass rush.
Work to do now as they come up on 2nd and long. Throwing is Daniel. And he's going to be dropped after a pickup of about 5.
You can see the eyes of the quarterback. He's trying to push this ball initially downfield, but with the defense doing a good job keeping a lid on the coverage, he's forced to check this ball down to the shallow route. This is something that they know in the future. If I need a couple yards, they can come back to this play.
3rd and long. Here's Daniel. And that is incomplete.
This offense has to find a way to be better on 1st and 2nd down, like living in these 3rd and long situations. Must pass is not a recipe that their offensive coordinator wants to operate in.
On 4th down, the Commanders will send out their veteran Tress Way to punt. Ricky Pearsall deep for the Niners. This one fielded out beyond the 25. The 49ers offense starting to trot out for this next possession. They'll see if they can put something together here, beginning with 1st and 10. They'll put Ayuk in motion. This throw left side, caught by Kittle. It's been a busy first quarter for him so far. His 3rd catch goes for a 1st down.
Really nice throw there. The ability to throw the ball out on the perimeter. Yes, arm strength and all of that, but it's also timing. The timing of the route. When is that wide receiver coming out of his break to deliver that ball accurately as his head comes around? If the ball's thrown too early, the receiver's not ready. If the ball's thrown too late, that's when disaster strikes.
Pearsall on the RPO. He's not going to get too far, tackled after a gain of just a yard.
Really well done here by the defense, Mike, executing this zone defense, and they've got to be able to pattern read. You're not just going to drop back to a spot and just play like a robot. Based on what the receivers do off the line, the defenders have different rules of where their zones move to. Well, they had that one dialed in right from the jump, and really before it got started.
And they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line.
Not a whole lot complicated about this play, Mike. That was understanding where the holes of the defense were. Remember, in this zone coverage, you got to find green grass, get past the 1st down marker, be friendly to the quarterback, and then the ball has to be out on time before those zone defenders can react to the receiver. It's exactly how it played out here. You can draw all the fancy plays you want, but when the quarterback and the receiver see it through the same set of eyes, it's virtually impossible to stop.
Now we get whistles. Time has run out. The first quarter has come to an end. They'll work now on 2nd and 4.
We got the defense right.
Again in the air for Cole. Over the middle and caught by Pearson. And this takes him into the red zone. He's brought down inside the 20-yard line.
So as you go into halftime, you have something to build on.
Now, hands off to McCaffrey. And he finds a little bit of space. He'll take this forward for a gain of 4. Here's 2nd and 6. Shotgun snap to Purdy. Caught by McCaffrey. And this drive's going to continue. He's taken down, but they are set up with 1st and goal.
It's really just an extended in space and make the defense tackle him. That's really all this is. Something small turns into a nice pickup.
Win, offense. Let's go. Oh,
and they'll run here with McCaffrey. And he gets to the outside and takes it in. Christian McCaffrey. Touchdown, San Francisco. Well, that is a step in the right direction, finding the end zone. I don't know, Greg, could this be building some momentum for these guys, and that's important before halftime?
Absolutely, and I think the biggest thing this coach is trying to get across right now on the sideline, Mike, is let's just cut into this lead, and let's make it a one-score game at half. So they still got some work to do, but if they can go into halftime, regroup, catch their breath, just keep it close, give yourself a fighting chance here out of the break.
On focus. Moody's extra point is good. And the 49ers get a bit closer here. It's now 21-10. So, following that touchdown, Moody is back out to kick it off. A return now from the 4. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. Here comes the Washington offense now. They get set to take over. They built a nice lead for themselves here. They'll try to add to that, beginning with 1st down. The motion man here is McCoy. He'll knock him down just shy of the 40. So from the 39, they come up on 1st and 10. Here's 2nd and 2. Inside the 40-yard line.
2nd and short. Normally, this is a great time, Mike, to put the ball in the air and try to press the ball downfield. But in this case, they keep it on the ground. Has a similar effect. They pick up a good gain and a 1st down.
First and 10 now from the 36. On play action, Daniels. He's going to run out of time. They get to him and bring him down. His third catch of this first half, and good enough for a first down.
And another great throw. And I'll tell you what, Mike, so far today, this certainly does not look like a rookie quarterback. I mean, he is in complete control of this offense.
Now, faking the give. And he's got another one. Harry McLaurin. Touchdown, Commanders. That is his third touchdown of the afternoon. This is turning into a monster game. Let's keep an eye on this. 3 touchdown catches alone in the first half. Could be a record-setting game. Here's Seibert now for the point after. He knocks it through. And the Commanders add on one more as they extend their second quarter lead. Seibert now following the touchdown. He's out to kick it away. They're trying to pin him deep. They'll take this from the 3. And he'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. Here's Christian McCaffrey and the 49ers offense coming back onto the field. They'll try to get this a bit more respectable before the break. It has not been their half to this point. Let's see what they do on this drive. First down now. From the gun, it's Purdy. Open man is Jennings. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards. Second down and 3.
These guys, man. Get on the line.
They'll put Ayuk in motion. And that is incomplete. Brandon Ayuk, the intended receiver there. And it'll be third down.
It's rare to see an offense that finds themselves trailing and say, well, their quarterback's been actually one of their biggest bright spots. Usually that doesn't go hand in hand, so it's a little surprising to see him miss a throw like that on a day where he's completed passes at a highly efficient rate.
This big receiver, that's Jennings. Second time they've hooked up on this drive. This one good for 12 and a first down.
This pitch and catch may have looked routine, but I promise you, Mike, these types of anticipatory throws, especially outside the numbers, they don't occur without countless reps, oftentimes when nobody's even watching.
So they come to the line for first down and 10.
Let's get some points on.
Man in motion, heading left.
Build that momentum.
whistle. And he will not get away. Terrific open field tackle. Gets him down behind the line.
The quick passing game in the NFL, Mike, is so dependent on yards after the catch. You got to generate space with the scheme, and then it's up to the receiver to do the rest. In this case, nice job defensively, as this guy couldn't even get back to the original line of scrimmage.
He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Nice example there, Mike, of the quarterback just being smart with the ball, understanding it didn't quite develop the way he had intended. Throw that ball out of harm's way, live to play another down.
They come to the line needing 11 here on third down.
Keep those sticks moving.
Throwing again is Curry. And that is incomplete.
You can't fault the quarterback on this one. Like, he really didn't even have much of an opportunity. By the time he hit the top of his drop and got his eyes downfield, the defense was all over him, and he really had no choice but to just get that ball out of his hand and live to play another snap.
And we will not have a return here. This one angled out of bounds. The Commanders' offense and Jaden Daniels ready to take over once more. And he has done everything you could ask of him coming into this one. He spread it around, hasn't taken many chances, and potentially on his way to a big game throwing the football. The motion man here is McClure. The drive will begin here with a run by Robinson. He looks forward for maybe a yard. From off the edge, Nick Bosa with the stop.
I believe in you, D. I believe in you.
Here's 2nd and 9. Before the receiver knew what was going on. That's incomplete.
A rare miss for a quarterback that we've seen really come out on fire throughout this entire contest. I mean, his completion percentage, Mike, is well above league average, and frankly, it's really the biggest reason why they find themselves out in front.
On third down, he'll throw with Daniels. He'll try to run for it.
And that's a great job defensively here on third down. Not only taking away all the options down the field through the air, but when the quarterback decides to turn into a runner himself, they're able to...
We're a couple miles from the Colorado State Capitol building. It's in Power Field at Mile High here in Denver. The kicker, Tyler Bass, has us ready to start. And off we go from Denver. And he's going to bring it out from the middle of the end zone. He'll be brought down right around the 25-yard line. Here's 1st and 10. The first carry for the former Tar Heel, Javonte Williams. And he's going to get this one out to the 43-yard line.
We met with these coaches during the week, Mike. They told us the emphasis this week about getting the run game going early, and we see it here. Nice first play pickup, fresh set of downs.
He connects with Mims. And they'll have it across midfield, down at the opposing 46-yard line.
Nice job there, getting the ball to your slot receiver and then letting him get to work. It's a nice feeling as a quarterback when you can just have a short throw, still result in a big game.
On the handoff, it is Williams running to the right. And the defense all over this one. They knock him down. It'll go down as a loss of 2.
Every team makes an emphasis on winning first down, but as a defense, when you're able to take them back for a loss, 2nd and long, you can really become more of a pass-centric defense and really tips the scales into your favor.
The pass rush gets home, and he goes down.
Just can't seem to get anything going on every ensuing snap. They just continue to go backwards and backwards and backwards. You've got to find a way on 1st and 2nd down to stay ahead of the chains so 3rd down is not so daunting.
He tosses over the middle. This one is caught. He got a lot of what he needed, but just not enough. The mark is a couple of yards shy of the 1st down. Here comes 4th down. On 4th down, here's Nix. That's taken in.
Offensively landing a lot of body blows on this drive, Mike. Just the ability to steadily march the ball downfield and remain so efficient, both run and pass. As they continue to wear this defense out, they have to find a way to end this drive with points. Anything short of that would be a bit of a letdown.
He'll be hit as he throws, and that one will wind up incomplete. Could not step into the throw that time. It'll bring up 2nd down. He'll go with Williams. It'll take this ahead for a gain of about 5, and here comes 3rd down. Throwing is Nix. That's over the middle and intercepted.
Let's go.
And the Bills force the turnover. They'll take over at their own 27-yard line.
When you find yourself in this situation, Mike, you're on defense, you're defending your own goal line, you got to take some chances. You got to try to force a turnover and make a play and get off the field. That's exactly what this defender did. Takes a chance, bets on himself, and comes away with a pick to save them some points.
Let's get it, man.
Now the first carry for the younger Cook brother. This is James Cook. And he'll bring this across the 30-yard line. It's a pickup of 4. Here's a 2nd and 6. From the gun, Josh Allen. He gets this to the tight end, Dalton Kincaid. It'll be taken down, but it takes them across midfield down to the 40-yard line. So that'll do it for a fast-moving first quarter of play. Nothing yet on the scoreboard. Greg and I back in Denver in just a moment. Boy, some bulk in the formation on that right side here for 1st and 10. Throwing is Allen. That's taken in and James Cook. That's 13 more on that play. And quickly, another 1st down.
The ability to generate explosive plays is the greatest correlation with the ability to score points. So every defense nowadays is trying to say, cannot let them throw the ball over our head. What does that do? Gets you a little bit more depth in your drops. Makes it a little bit easier for some of these check down pickups.
Throwing now. Allen here on 1st down. Off-balance throw. It's complete.
Great example of 1st down efficiency. You don't always have to go for the big play, but put yourself in a friendly 2nd down. Now you have equal opportunity to both run and pass.
One more time going up top with Allen. Taken in by Shakir. And he will score. Khalil Shakir. Touchdown Buffalo.
Really nice job there by the receiver, understanding what to do after you secure the catch and the ability to target him in the middle of the field. That's the most valuable real estate in football. If you can hit them in stride and be accurate with the ball, there is a lot of green grass to pick up yards after the catch, and he's able to take this one all the way into the end zone for 6.
The extra point by Bass is good, and the Bills will take a 7-0 lead. Following the touchdown, Bass is back to kick it off. This going to be returned from right around the goal line. We'll get this up past the 20, and that's where they'll set up shop. This drive starts at the 21. It's 1st and 10. From the shotgun, here's Mix. Now he'll run it. The ball comes out, and this is taken in by the defense. The quarterback was...
You should have went out of bounds, fam.
It's had many names, but only one NFL team over the years. We're at the home of the Dolphins, Hard Rock Stadium in Miami, Florida. Hello all, Kate Scott up here in the booth, and joining me as always, my partner Brock Hewitt. All right, Brock, everyone hoping we see a competitive contest here, and both teams feel they can provide that.
Yeah, this should be a good one. I mean, just stack these two teams up. We've all done our homework. They've done a lot more practice time, film watching, and everything else. But by all accounts, the numbers will tell you, the talent will tell you, we're going to have a competitive chess match, and I can't wait to watch it.
Ball is teed up. Chris Boswell to do the honors. And off ultimate team. This will be a touchback, so we're going to need our first snap to see the first action of this game. So their offense out now to get this game started. It's 1st and 10. Straight to the air they go. And his first pass falls incomplete. Looking for Justin Jefferson on that throw. So it'll be 2nd down.
Yeah, this game, you just can't make it harder than it needs to be. Just get the catch first. Guarantee your yards, and then worry about escaping defenders after the catch.
Defender runs wide as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Working across the middle, Brock, it is tough for anybody to make plays through all that mess, even when you're the biggest and baddest pass catcher on the roster.
But as a tight end, you're going to be disappointed because that's what you're paid to do. It's one thing for those undersized receivers you talk about. It's another one for these big tight ends. You are paid to make that catch through contact, and you couldn't do it.
First time this game, they've looked to him. So that brings up 4th and long.
Oh, look at those savvy linebackers. They're just right in the middle of everything, aren't they, Kate? And it seems like at times they are the quickest reactions as well. You needed a quick one right there to get a finger on the throw and change its direction.
3rd down pass didn't work, but the offense staying out there on 4th. They're going for this. Finds him beyond the marker. And they finally bring him down. That is a big gain and a new set of downs. That'll be a 20-yard right if he keeps this drive moving. He brings the offense up now for 1st and 10. Plowing up the middle. And he's tackled after gaining a handful. He managed 6 on the play, bringing up 2nd and 4.
A humble 5 to 6 yard gain on the ground. Not a huge gain, not a game-changing play by any means, but one that keeps you on schedule and takes some of the starch out of their front 7.
Forced out to his right. Little off center. His man just couldn't adjust to it. Gonna have to wait a little longer for his first catch of the game. And now they need to get 4 on 3rd down. The defense calls a timeout, so that's their first. And after using an early one, 2 left for him to spend. No connection on the last play, and out 3rd down.
Let's go now.
Back to throw. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact.
And that was almost one of those nice chunk plays you like to see in the NFL, Kate, before he was able to recover and provide the hit and ultimately dislodge the football. You like to see that physical edge and scrappiness to contest any kind of shot plays down the field.
Offense still staying out after the incompletion. They're going to try on 4th. The conversion, and that's rolling for it. That's incomplete on 4th down, and they'll turn over possession.
You know, Kate, I don't think I've ever met a defender that cares. All they want to do is get off the field. Doesn't matter if it's a drop pass, deflection, breakup, even an interception. Challenged by the offense to get one more stop to get off the field, and that's exactly what they did.
The Bears with some nice field position as they get set. 1st and 10. Now here's DeAndre Swift on the ground. And they beat him to the edge. That run stops back at the line. Call it no gain on that run, and they face 2nd and 10.
These big D tackles in this league, they love weaponizing their size right in the middle of the field. It is so hard to clear lane against him. And once he got his paw on him, it was dead on arrival.
Swift on 2nd down. Jukes one defender. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot.
Easily had the yardage for a first, but he was hungry for a lot more. I think that tackle prevented something that's going to be a lot bigger than just a 1st down pickup.
They'll head up 1st and 10 from the 42. They've got a man in motion. Play action on first down. That won't be caught outright. It's incomplete.
That is normally a gimme for this offense, these short throws. But the defense, well, they had just enough influence on that play to force the incompletion.
Inside handoff to Swift. And he's brought down after a short gain. Give him 3 that time. That's going to bring up 3rd and 7.
Hey, we know running the ball in the NFL is hard, and that play pretty indicative of it. Here's the key, though. At the end of the game, those type of plays got to be in the minority, and the majority have got to do some damage.
Let's see what they draw up on this 3rd and 7. He's going to throw this one. Oh, someone stepped in. It's intercepted. The Dolphins, they're going to be set up in goal to go after a great return down inside the 10.
You know, I can still hear the call all the way up in the booth. Okie, Okie! That's what that whole defense screams after an interception, and you see everybody getting involved. That nearly went for a house call. Just an incredible effort by that offense to run it down.
I was lurking, dog.
They will take that Okie any day. What a huge pick in return for that defense.
He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. So they opt for the shorter pass later in the progression on that play, Brock, but man, the defense took that away too.
Well, what they tell us yesterday in those production meetings, nothing comes easy. No easy completions from shots down the field to those check downs to the...
And he will take it in. Touchdown, Miami. The Dolphins parlay the interception into points.
Let's go.
On the ground as opposed to airing it out, and that time, well, Brock, the ground game paid off.
Well, these great rushing attacks down here that could score rushing touchdowns, it takes the whole party getting involved. Yeah, the burst of the running back was tremendous. How about the launch of his blockers right off the line of scrimmage? That's a touchdown the entire way, and it took the entire group offensively.
Now is Dixon to kick this one away. He's going to field this at the 2. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. They're out and set. 1st and 10. Looking to throw here and shake off that previous INT. He lets a heater go deep, middle of the field. This is caught inside the 15. Touchdown, Chicago. The Bears get it down to a single point. And that right there, Brock, is a touchdown I think our fellow broadcaster Greg Olsen would be proud of. A big strike to the tight end that I don't think a lot of receivers could have pulled off and make it look as easy.
You know, a lot of times you're splitting hairs talking about the differences between tight ends and receivers at this level because a lot of those guys, they work the same route tree and they move with the football, well, just like their receiver teammates. And they can score some lengthy touchdowns too, just like he showed off.
Now Boswell on to send this away. And he opts not to bring this one out, so they're going to enjoy some good starting field position from the 30. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Right up the gut. And they sent it straight ahead, but the front stops him after a gain of 3. Give him a few yards on that run. It's 2nd and 7. That's the end of one. Both teams with a little luck finding the end zone early. Scoreboard showing 7s on each side. More Madden Ultimate Team action coming up on EA Sports. Back for the start of quarter number 2. It's Dolphin football as we begin. They've got 2nd and 7 to start. And there's a man there. It's intercepted. And the Bears bring it all the way back inside the red zone before he's finally hauled down.
That is just a big-time individual effort, Kate, defensively. First, he takes the ball away, and then he's looking for points, right? He turns from defense to offense, and one more move, and he might have broken it to the house.
They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Hand off running right to Swift. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs. Working quickly here. First and goal, Swift. And he gets them a little closer to the end zone, down to the 6. It's a gain of 2 on the play. Still some work to do on 2nd and goal. Again, it's going to be Swift. And he's brought down after a decent gain. It's a gain of 5, and he's just short, so that's 3rd, less than a yard.
You gain that kind of yardage in the run game, and you're going to gain the trust of your offensive coordinator. Plays like that, runs like that, set the table for everything else in the playbook.
Swift. And he gets in. Touchdown. The Bears pick it off and get points on the ensuing drive. DeAndre Swift, the touchdown. Boswell to add the PAT. The point after splits the uprights. And the Bears break that tie and now lead by 7. Now Boswell on to send this away. And that one bounces through the end zone for a touchback. First and 10 now from the 30. Trying to shake off the interception. He's looking to throw. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. This is a guy who's used to embracing contact, Brock. Usually makes catches in spite of it, but I guess it's tough for anybody to make a play every time.
Yeah, I think these tight ends today, Kate, spend as much time in the old ice path as just about anybody. And when you don't make that catch and you take the contact, well, that stings like the first seconds in the ice.
They only get a yard that time, and we have reached the 2-minute warning. So a tough spot now. This is 3rd and 9. They go play action here. He's running back. And he gets leveled just before he reaches the marker, and that hit prevents a first down.
Awareness. Kate, you hear me and so many others talk about it a lot with quarterbacks, but it's critical for every unit on a football field. And for the defense right there, to have an awareness of knowing where the marker was and to make sure that completion wasn't going to move the chains.
Looks like they will indeed try it. 4th and 2. Back to throw now. That's him on the quick hitter. And he'll head out of bounds after a short gain. That was the biggest 3-yard gain you're going to see because instead of a turnover on downs, Brock, it gets them a first.
60 Bobcat! 60 Bobcat! Come on, come on.
Throwing now from the gun. Well, the pressure nearly got to him, but still a good play defensively as that one falls incomplete.
That is a DB's best friend, pressure. That pressure earned that incompletion. They came in before he could find a target and hit him to alter that last-second attempt to get rid of it.
Got it. Ready?
No dice on that prior pass. Here's second down.
Let's go now. Panther 11, Panther Warriors 17, 79 Broncos. Go.
He'll throw it yet again. It's another first half mistake. He's intercepted again. Roquan Smith with the pick. Okay, Brock, now back-to-back drives where they have picked him off. That's got to be a worrying trend for these coaches who...
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League brings us to one of the legendary venues in the sport, historic Soldier Field in Chicago. With Greg Olson, Mike Tirico up here in the booth. So glad that you are along with us. Greg got a couple of offenses here that love to take their shots down the field, so the defenses really have their task right in front of them if they want to win this game.
Yeah, no question. I think as many of the matchups that we've dove into this entire week, it really comes down to which defense puts a lid on the opposing passing game and prevents as many big plays as possible. We see it week in and week out. The correlation between generating big plays, especially through the air, directly leads to the ability to score points. So make teams go the long way. You know, the defensive old saying is make them snap it again.
So first and 10 now. They'll start from the 22.
Here we go. Panther streak. Check mash. Check mash. Go, Riggs. Go. Hey, check that. Check that. Streak. 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 Streak.
Out of the gun, they'll throw to get things going. To the left side, caught by Kelsey.
It's not the big play they were hoping for, but first down efficiency, staying ahead of the chains, is what every offense is trying to find, and it brings up a manageable second down.
They face second down and 7.
Get the point on the ball.
Back to throw. Now he'll run.
You know, Mike, nice job here by the quarterback, just understanding on these early downs, you just don't want to go backwards. So he's able to avoid the negative play, pick up a little bit, and mostly avoid the sack.
19 type. 19 type.
Off or down. They'll set up to throw. He's got the open man. That's McConkey. They get 19 on that pass play. First down, Chicago. Blitz coming. He'll throw it.
There's a fine line between trusting your arm and having a little bit too much faith in your arm, right? I think this was one of those situations here, Mike, where there was nowhere to go with the ball. He tries to fit that one in there anyway, and he's lucky that it just falls incomplete.
He'll take a shot here for the end zone. And that ball out of reach toward the sideline. It'll be an incompletion.
You know, Mike, there's the saying in the NFL, take what the defense gives you. But that's not always the case. Sometimes you have to force a ball downfield. Show the defense you are willing to take big shots. Even though they weren't able to connect, it's going to have an impact the rest of the game.
He's going to be brought down inside the 15.
Well, they've come out swinging here on this through the air, and that's exactly what they wanted to do. Generate some early chunk plays and try to get some points.
Space getting tight here, down to the 13-yard line. They work 1st and 10.
Let's go.
They'll try to get the running game going. His first carry. He's down inside the 10. A gain of 4. He'll look to throw. And he somehow manages to get back to the line of scrimmage before he's hustled out of bounds.
That's a lot of work for no gain. You risk taking a shot there if you're the quarterback the longer you hold on to the ball. But there was nothing there. Good job to the defense shutting that one down.
He pulls it in around the 5. And he's going to be taken down short of the marker. And that is going to set up an interesting 4th down decision. He'll drop the throw.
Back on you.
Come here, boy.
He's to midfield. Inside the 30.
Yeah, Sirski.
But you can,
Well, that changes the story quickly. Looked like a very nice opening drive to start. Instead, Bregget goes back the other way, and the defense scores first.
And Mike, early on, that's exactly how they drew it up. They wanted to come out and establish themselves with this first drive of the game, and then all of a sudden, disaster strikes. Not only do they turn the ball over, the defense is able to take it all the way back for the pick 6.
7-0 is our score as this kick is sent into the air. Here's Brad McConkey to return. Oh, he's got room past the 30. And they will finally track him down, but not before he takes this to the other side of midfield. A fresh set of downs to work with. It is 1st down and 10. Right back to the air following that pick 6. He goes sideline and he stays in bounds. Got the feet down in time. It's a 1st down. Now they'll set up to throw. Touchdown, Bears. Extra point attempt to come here. His kick is good. And the Bears will level things out at 7 apiece. We're all tied, 7 apiece, and the kick's away. The return team gonna let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchback. He's crushed in the backfield. Defenders firing through. Shut it down right away for a loss of yardage. Hill looks to throw. Knocked away. It's incomplete.
He decides to go with the safe throw and throws it well short of the sticks. And at this level, Mike, you just can't miss lanes like that.
On play. And they will continue to go backwards. He's taken down for a sack.
Defense came out in a soft zone. I think it caught the quarterback a little off guard. He was trying to attack them downfield. By the time he was able to get through his progression to his check down, He ran out of time, and that's all the pass rush needed to get into the backfield and bring him down.
And he didn't get the check he was hoping for in that one. That goes into the end zone, and it's a touchback. The drive begins at the 20. Here's 1st and 10. Right away, they'll set up to throw.
So,
You get that back.
This is something we see so often out of these young quarterbacks, Mike, is their inability to manipulate the defense. They kind of telegraph where they're going to go with the ball, with their eyes. And like we see him the next time, he gets to the top of his drop, look off the safety, hold some of the underneath defenders from where you ultimately know you want to go with the ball. A lot of that just comes with experience, and sometimes you got to gain that experience the hard way.
Here as they try to break the top.
Mike, there's usually such a comfort level when the guy playing quarterback behind center is a veteran. They've seen a lot of ball. You can trust them to make good decisions. And then every once in a while, one just gets away, and that's just simply a bad ball, a bad mistake. You're not going to get away with it at this level.
He had their lone touchdown of the game earlier, and he comes through with the catch and a 1st down in this spot.
Panther 11, Panther 11. Here we go, here we go.
They'll throw out of the gun. It's taken in. And this takes him into the red zone. He's brought down inside the 20. They're at the 17-yard line now for 1st and 10. A short one caught by Kelsey. It'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3. 2nd and 7. They'll look to throw again. This one caught the 4. The Bears are going to have a 1st and goal coming up. They try to finish off this drive with 6 points. Here's a run. And that big offensive line. Clearing space. He's in. Touchdown, Chicago. Taking care of business on the ground to get the score. And Greg, the big guys up front, they deserve some praise on that one.
Absolutely, Mike. And it really only takes one guy to distort the defense and win his block. But in this case, give credit to the entire unit. They did their job, and they reward their offense with a touchdown.
The PAT up and good. And the Bears will move out to a 14-7 lead. Very little time remaining in this 1st half as this kick is away. And no chance to return this one through the end zone for a touchback. They'll come up here 1st and 10. Off the play kick, he'll look to throw. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be 2nd down. Not wanting to take a chance this time. Let's keep this one on the ground. And he gets this to the 40. That's about a yard short of the 1st down. So we'll have 3rd down coming up. They'll throw here on 3rd and short line. He throws right side down the field, and it is brought in. So now Mike McDaniel will send out the field goal unit. This is going to be a 51-yard attempt. His kick will split the uprights. It's good. So we at halftime along the lakefront here in Chicago, and the Bears are on top. As we send you down to Orlando, where Jonathan Coachman has our EA Sports halftime report. Coach, both teams ready to get back at it as we get back underway here on EA Sports. The return team gonna let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchback. On the right side. And they'll be set up now. Up past the 40 with that one. They'll turn and hand this one off. What more could you ask for on first down? Nice run of 8. Setting up second and short. And the woes in the running game continue. They're going to subtract yards there. A loss on the play. Here's a third down and 4. Let's go now. There's Jefferson. Inside the 30-yard line. 25 yards, the pickup there. First down, Miami. No one open, he'll drop it to his running back. And good yardage there after the catch. They'll wind up with a gain of 7 on first down. Here's a 2nd and 3 forthcoming. Shotgun snap. He'll look to throw. He's got it about the 8. And he's going to be taken down. 5 yards from the house. They've got it first and goal. They'll look to throw yet again. And they'll get this down to the 3, but no further. It'll be second and goal. Set up to throw. He will win the race to the pylon. He's in. Touchdown, Miami. The defense comes up with the coverage, but they cannot keep up with the speed as the quarterback scrambles to the end zone for the touchdown.
And down here in the red zone, Mike, is where I think a quarterback's legs can be the most dangerous. The defenders are trying to match backs, match tight ends and receivers, but often it's the quarterback that has no one assigned to him, and in this case, he's able to capitalize and run it in himself.
On the return, here comes Cordero Patterson. And he'll bring it out to the 22-yard line. That's where the offense will take the field. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for first and 10. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. He'll get rid of it and complete it. And he is out of bounds on the other side of midfield. That pickup good for 29 yards.
I hope we all appreciate just how difficult it is to throw the ball that well while on the run. And the way they teach it, Mike, is kind of cool. They actually teach the quarterback to disconnect your upper body from your lower body. Just keep your feet moving, and however your arm times up, just let it rip. And he does it about as well as you can ask.
They'll look to throw here on first down. Short pass taken in by Kelsey. And he'll be taken down, but they are in business inside the 40.
This is a tricky part of the game for any defense. You find yourself protecting a late lead, and the age-old question is, do you remain aggressive? Do you try to just keep the ball from being thrown over your head and make everything be tackled and played in front of you? That's what every defensive coordinator struggles with, so they can't get too soft here as they try to hold on to this lead here late.
And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be second down.
19 Lions. 18 Pioneers.
Back to the air one more time. He'll let this go. Block the end zone.
So much of that play comes down to the defender's position. Being able to get himself to a spot to get his hands on the ball and a chance at that pick. Mike, when that ball was thrown, me and you were sitting here saying, that's a touchdown. And instead, they force a turnover, and now their offense is back on the field.
Back to throw here to begin the drive. He'll go right and find his running back. After the catch, he gets that forward for a gain of 9.
All right, so there's really three areas that a modern NFL running back needs to excel. Number one, the traditional handoffs. Number two, you have to be excellent and reliable in pass protection, and maybe bigger than all of them, you have to be at least serviceable out of the backfield in the passing.
A gain of 11 on that one. Good for a Dolphins first down. They'll drop to throw. Throwing it right into the hands of his running back. That's 11 yards again, 2 plays in a row. And another first down. Someplace to go, but nothing developing. Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of 1. Lost 1 on the last play, so now it's 2nd and 11. He'll look to throw. And he'll just bite the ball and throw this one away. That was a good idea. Didn't force anything there. But now it's going to bring up 3rd down. In motion, it's Jefferson. On 3rd down, they'll set up to throw. Oh, did you believe it? It's intercepted. And the Bears will have great field position as they take over at their own 45.
You know, as they say, hindsight being 20/20, but they probably would have been better off just leaning on the ground game to close this one out. Instead, they decided to put the ball in the air, and now in the blink of an eye, all the pressure suddenly shifts to their defense to try to close this one out. This is one of those situations that plays directly into the hands of the defense because think, Mike, they know this offense has to be one-dimensional. This has to be a pass. So what do? They bring in extra defensive backs. They clog up the back end, and at the end of the day, there's just nowhere for the offense to go with the ball.
On 3rd down, they'll throw from the gun. That's complete. Who else? It's Kelsey. And he's going to go all the way. Oh, that's some late magic. They've taken the lead here in the final minute of play. The extra point is good. And the Bears move out in front by 4. It's 21-17. So the kickoff team out there one final time in the final minute as they kick it away. And no chance to return this one through the end zone for a touchback. Here's 1st and 10. Right away, they'll set up to throw. His throw on 1st down is going to be incomplete.
Can't exactly put my finger on it, but it just seems like this entire game, like this passing game and this quarterback specifically, they've just been off. And whether it's missing these big shots downfield like he did there, or just...
And that would be the dagger. It's intercepted. It's one of the best ever, Patrick Peterson. And his offense is going to be all set up with a...
EA Sports coverage of the NFL brings us to the heart of Texas, NRG Stadium in Houston. Alongside my partner, Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin, happy to be with you. And CD, as we get this thing going, give the folks at home something to keep their eye on.
The running game for both teams, because I think this is going to be an old-fashioned, old-school type of a game. Physical, who wins up front, who runs the ball the best and controls the clock, they will come out the victor.
And we are underway from Houston. And they'll start this drive just across the 30. Pretty nice work on the return. Play clock down to 0, and this is not the way to start a drive. It didn't take long to see our first penalty of the game, did it?
We always talk about everyone wanting to get into the game in a hurry. The officials did as well.
Now problems right out of the gate. We're going to get a delay. That flag accepted, and it backs the offense up a little bit. Successive penalties have them looking now at a 1st and 20. Fields going to throw right away. Open man right side is his running back. It's complete downfield. Pick up there, trying to.
This one was all about clearing space for this player to work, because he's going to look out the backfield to his right, then angle his way up the field, and a really pretty throw to put it on him and create the big play downfield.
Fields now to throw. Dancing to his left. Airing it out deep for Smith. Oh, that is incomplete.
Oh, that's some good closing speed there defensively, because that looked open for a minute. But that's great work with the ball in the air. Never gave up, converged on his man, and broke the play up.
Now it's Fields. And that's caught inside the 30. And he's brought down after a very nice gain. So now 1st and 10 as they've crossed into Miami territory at the 27. Touchdown, Houston. Antonio Gates, 27 yards. And the Texans are on the board first here this afternoon. Their first passing touchdown of the ball game, and they go to the big tight end in those sure hands, and he provides the score.
Certainly looked like they were focused on taking away their weapons, and he certainly made them regret that, because he found the soft spot, and taking it to the end zone. Nice throw, too, to complete the play.
Now after the touchdown, here's Butker on to kick it away. And no run back forthcoming, so this will come out to the 30. So 1st and 10 now from the 30. Now Cunningham. And it's complete to Antonio Gates. Down the right sideline. And all the way in for a Miami touchdown. Antonio Gates. 70 yards. And the Dolphins are able to strike back quickly with an opening touchdown of their own. Well, go ahead and strap in, partner. Less than 2 minutes in, had the score on the one side. A quick answer, though, to get the equalizer.
Sometimes you get that sense of urgency that ratchets up, right? When you give up an early touchdown like that, you just know you're like, okay, how do we go back and equalize things? Can we get it done fast? And they absolutely did. Essentially, we're back to even, aren't we?
Each team's had it. Each team has scored. 7-7 here as the kick's away. And able to get this across the 20, but not much further as he's dropped at the 23-yard line. Houston's offense already at the line, set to get going. This drive here beginning probably with a pair of motivated groups. Remember, the offense scored a touchdown on their last time out, looking to repeat that in Chargers defense. They were very frustrated after giving up 6 the last time on the field.
And frankly, it's just a battle of wills in a lot of ways because you know they're both motivated, they both game plan for this drive, and they both have specific outcomes in mind. To me, it just comes down to who can execute better.
This is caught inside the 15. They're going to get this all the way inside the Miami 15. A first down carry for Smith. And the result here, pick up the lead. Leaves him with 2 to go on second down. Back to throw. Fields. And it's caught. Touchdown. Emmitt Smith from 4 yards out. And the Texans have taken the lead. Extra point splits the uprights. And that makes the score 14-7. After the touchdown, here's Butker on to kick it away. And we will not have a return. They'll bring this to the 30. The Dolphins at the line ready for their next drive. Well, partner, coaches always say that every play is designed to score a touchdown. Sometimes that's not really true, but last time that was the case. One play to get into the end zone, and now they'll try to duplicate that success here.
And it's rare for those moments to happen. Incredible when they do. And you saw the celebration. Pure, unbridled joy after that one.
Off play action, it's Cunningham. He's got his man, Gates. And he'll take this to the other side of midfield before going out of bounds. That one covers 24 yards. It's a first down. Here's Cunningham. He finds Smith out of the backfield. And they'll have it in the red zone before he crosses over out of bounds. 28 yards the gain there on the catch and run. So from inside the 20, here's 1st and 10 at the 18. A give to the game's all-time leader, Emmitt Smith. And he'll be taken down here as it will take us to the end of the first quarter. Through one quarter, 14-7 our score. 3 yards to go on second down, and they've got 3 tight ends out there. Jumbo set. Cunningham to throw. He finds, and the ball is knocked out. Oh, and one of the linemen on the other side has got it. And a big turnover there as his guys will get the football back. Always costly to cough up that football. These defenders, they become so adept, though, at jarring it free.
Yeah, it's amazing that there aren't more fumbles caused does, because now, if you're an offensive player, you go through ball security drills every single day. It's really not out of line to think you should take the ball to bed with you and just hold on to it. But the bottom line is, no matter how much you try to protect it, these guys are pretty good at finding ways to knock it out.
Give to Smith out of the gun. And he'll be taken down at the 20 after a gain of just 1.
Yeah, things were pretty stacked up there in the middle of the line. A lot of bodies, not much space. I think ultimately he was fortunate to get anything out of that run.
To the left side and complete for Julian Edelman. And he's going to get 7 out of this before being taken down at the 27. To the right side and complete to Jefferson. And he is going to have the Texans first down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion. We've hit the 2-minute mark of the second quarter. 14-7. Line of scrimmage, the 37 on 1st and 10. From the gun, here's Fields. Escaping the pressure right. He's going to find Jefferson open downfield. And he is out of bounds, but now
We are about 15 miles north of downtown Miami. This is Hard Rock Stadium here in South Florida. So good to have you with us. Mike Tirico, Greg Olson, we're getting set for kickoff in here. Partner, I'm really focused on the start of this game. Both teams emphasize what happens here right at the jump.
And that's why so many of these teams spend so much time all week, Mike, on what they call their opening script. It's not just a series of plays that they like and they just kind of throw darts at the wall. It's how do you unmask the defense? How do you set up future plays and future possessions as the game unfolds? So much time and energy is spent on these first couple drives. I'm with you. I'm excited to see how do they come out, how aggressive, and where do they think the weaknesses of their opponent lie.
Jones now on the return. Good job in coverage. They're going to get him down short of the 20-yard line. Set to go now on 1st and 10. They put Wilson in motion. From the shotgun, they'll throw to get this one started. And he'll just get rid of this. Smart play to throw it away, and that'll set up 2nd down.
Here's the quarterback doing everything in his power to extend this play, and none of his guys could get open. You got to see someone separate, work with your quarterback, go into scramble second reaction mode, and also give some credit to the back end, doing a nice job plastering with their assignment, and you have no choice but to throw it away.
And he'll be taken down up past the 40-yard line. No score zone. No score zone. On 1st and 10, they'll set up to throw. Oh, intercepted. What a bad start on the 3rd play. And he's going to give a short field to his offense here as they try to break the tie.
So anytime a team suffers an early setback like that interception, human instinct says, Mike, we need to get away from our game plan. We need to adjust. I don't think that's the case. There's a lot of game left, a lot of chances to avenge that play and still connect downfield on some of these passes. All proven, though, Mike. They've got to identify what went wrong. Let's correct it so we're able to move forward. Well, they try to get the run game started here early on this drive, Mike, and they're just going to have to do a better job up front. There's really nowhere for this ball carrier to go. You never want to lose yards on first down, but that's exactly the case here.
Downfield on the crossing route. And they are able to reach it. He's taken the ball inside the 10.
What a luxury. There's certain teams when they have a guy like this, I mean, not only is he the big target, but then to have that size and speed to run away from these linebackers and do so much of his damage after the catch.
Oh, he's going to be bottled up and taken down. They got him.
Now, after taking that loss on the sack, it changes your entire approach offensively. You go from playing for 6 to now everything is just about coming away with points.
That is caught. And he won't quite make it to the pylon, but he's out of bounds right around the 1-yard line.
So often, sacks, especially on first down, can be drive killers. But their ability here to take this from 2nd and long to 3rd and short, they've got a really good opportunity here, Mike. If they don't get it on 3rd, don't be surprised if they go for it on 4th.
It's the quarterback with the sneak. Trying to find an opening, but too good in the middle from the defense. They stop this up, and now it is 4th down. Now this time, you'll set up to throw. This is the decision to go. Pays off. Justin Jefferson. Touchdown, Dolphins.
And once they let the quarterback out of the pocket, it just became too many options at their disposal. You got to keep him in the pocket and limit the run option. Once he's out there on the perimeter, Mike, his ability to either throw it or take it in himself, it just puts so much pressure on these coverage defenders and results in an easy touchdown.
Seven 0 is our score as this kick is sent into the air. Jones now on the return. He'll get across the 20, mark him down at the 23-yard line. First and 10. Bring him down around the 27-yard line. That's Juju Brents in on the tackle. Here's 2nd and 6. They'll look to throw. Get this into the hands of his running back.
Defensive coordinators preach all the time, play pass defense with vision. It's exactly the case here. They're able to rally to the ball, keep that to a short game.
So they'll talk over what to do on this 3rd down play as we have hit the end of the first quarter. 7-0 is our score. And we're back to South Florida after this. Now a 3rd and 2. A shotgun snap. He'll look to throw. Open man left side. He's got it. paving the way for a gain of 8 on the ground.
This just shows why you can't count on just one guy to take him down. He's a powerful enough runner. You've got to have guys coming in support when that first hit is made. It takes a team effort to stop him, especially once he gets going.
Now they'll set up to throw. They'll look deep here for Neighbors. He's going to go out of bounds, but a very nice return up past the 35-yard line.
Well, what this guy might lose a little bit, Mike, as he gets long in the tooth, he certainly makes up for it in experience. You're not going to be able to do a lot of things to trick him on the back end. He reads this play right from the jump, makes a great break on the ball, and if that ball hits his hands more times than not, it's going to be a takeaway.
Here we go, here we go. 1918.
Drive will start on the ground. Not much there, maybe a yard. Here's a 2nd and 9.
19 tight, 19 tight.
Oh, maybe a free play as he'll look to throw it. That'll be incomplete with a penalty flag down. It looked like someone was across early.
19 Tiger, 19 Tiger. Let's go.
He'll drop to throw. Looking for his tight end on the corner route. He's got it. That's his 3rd catch of this first half, and good enough for a first down.
Panther 60, Panther 60.
Back to throw. And this is incomplete, but it looked like that defender got a head start. Let's check the call. So a lot of options on the table now. It's 1st and 5. Out of the gun, he'll throw. Now he takes off.
Nothing open here downfield. I think it's a good job just getting to the edge, getting something positive, getting out of bounds.
2nd and a yard. There's a handoff out of the gun. And I don't think he got there with that one. Only needed a yard. Wrapped up at the line of scrimmage. And now we're looking at 3rd down.
7 Pirates, 7 Pirates.
Blitz coming. He'll throw it. He's got a man. It's Jefferson. Remember, he had the touchdown on the opening drive, and here on drive 2, he gets a first down with that catch. Now Miami going to use the 2nd of their timeouts. A chance to talk things over after picking up that first down.
Cardinal, 18 Cardinal. Come on, come on.
Off play action. He'll set up to throw. He's got his big tight end. Touchdown, Miami. Greg, it's the quarterback's best friend, and you were a big guy for a lot of years. The tight end in a tight area with man coverage.
Yeah, it's really twofold, Mike, right? First and foremost, we see so many of these tight ends around the league that now have gotten to the point where one-on-one matchups, that's advantage offense. But then even in the cases they don't create great separation, Mike, it's their size, their catch radius. It's such a friendly target for the quarterback that when things get tight in the red zone, they look to the tight end.
The kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kick's away. Jones now on the return. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line.
Up right here, one time.
first and 10. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. And he will have this at midfield, forced out of bounds there. First time these two have connected this afternoon, and it will wind up being a first down. They put Wilson in motion. From the 50, he'll set up to throw. On throw here, right side, falls incomplete.
So as halftime looms, Mike, they have to find a way to capitalize on this drive right here and make sure they end the half with some sort of points. Now, that incompletion, not ideal, but at the very least it stops the clock. Catch your breath, get back in the huddle, and this next play, it's got to be a gotta-have-it best play call.
Back to the air once more on second down. Look middle here, and you get it to Neighbors. The tackle's going to be made down at the 40-yard line.
You find yourself in these 2-minute drills, Mike. They're pretty critical moments in the game. They go a long way to deciding the outcome, so it makes a lot of sense. You start looking for your top target, and he comes through for him there.
Back to the air one more time. The open man is Wilson. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up second and 5. They'll look to throw again. Right back to Wilson. He's got it again. And he's out of bounds in great shape down at the 15-yard line. Rizzo now, he'll drop to throw. To the end zone there, but it is incomplete.
They went for it all on that one and just a little bit off. Ball winds up hitting the ground. They've got to move forward. The opportunities are out there. Better execution, better location, and they got some big plays in their future.
Now some movement up front, flags down, mistake filled first half continues. They'll look to throw yet again. To the end zone, but it's incomplete. Good drive now faces a tough conversion. It is 3rd and long. He'll look to throw. That's complete. It's Malik Neighbors. And the Jets are going to be looking at a 1st and goal. He's out of bounds at the 3-yard line. It is a gain of 16. They get the 3rd down conversion by about a yard. They'll throw out of the gun. And he'll take it on in. Touchdown, Jets.
You know, we spend so much time talking about the heroics of a game-winning drive to end the 4th quarter in 2-minute mode. Well, let's talk about a 2-minute mode, Mike, at the end of the first half. It might not be in walk-off fashion, but I'll tell you what, executing that here, going into halftime, changes this entire game.
Halftime, coming close, and And not much time left as this one is kicked away. Here comes a return from the 3. Across the 20, they'll mark him down before the 25-yard line. That's where the offense will take over. So here's a 1st and 10 now. They'll start from the 24.
Let's go now.
Back to throw here to begin the drive. He's going to air this one out for Jones. That's going to be incomplete. They took a shot on the final play. Prayer not answered. And that is how this first half will come to an end. Coach, thank you. Both teams trying to find the right formula to come out on top in this second half. Coming up. First half played out a bit as we expected. We'll see if there's a surprise coming up. Both teams set to go, and the second half is underway. And he is stopped at 25. The drive will begin there. So they come to the line for 1st down and 10.
Here we go.
Off the play pick. He'll look to throw. Hit as he throws there. It's going to wind up incomplete. The pressure got to him that time, and it'll set up 2nd down.
Cut 19. 18 Rebel. 19 Lions.
Here comes the blitz as he looks to throw. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing 3rd down. Now, faking the give. This one intercepted. Picked him up by their rookie corner.
Mike, these are just throws you're not accustomed to seeing, especially from a quarterback that has played this much football. He's been around the NFL for a long time. He's got to make better decisions. Costly mistakes like that are going to kill his team.
Struggle to get back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe gets a yard out of that one. It's 2nd down. Bill looks to throw. There's to the right side, but it's going to wind up incomplete.
Just a little bit too much juice on that one, and you just can't throw the ball out of bounds. Give your receiver a chance to go up and compete for the ball, but when you miss that far wide, he's got no shot.
On 3rd down, they'll set up to throw. Complete to Neighbor. And a good short tackle right there. It stops him a good distance short of the marker. It sets up 4th down. Throwing now from the gun. Here the conversion and more. A gutsy call, but they pay it off. It's a gain of 17. Now it is 1st and goal. From the shotgun, it's a give up the middle. He slams it in there, and he is in. Touchdown, New York. He had the touchdown catch earlier. This time he takes it in on the ground. The extra point by Aubrey is good. And the Jets will tie things up. We are all even at 14. we are all square. 14 apiece the score as this one's away. This one is fielded in the end zone, but he decides not to bring it out. So they'll take over at the 30-yard line.
Ready, break.
Unbalanced look to the left here on first down. On play action, he'll set up to throw. Throw on the run is complete. And he'll bring it down on the other side of midfield.
These crossing concepts are frequently used throughout the entire game all across the league. And what it does is it creates a lot of natural rubs. You run out the backside of the defense and rely heavily on the yards after the catch. And that's exactly how they're able to pick up this big game.
And he'll get this down inside the 40-yard line. A gain of 7 yards. Second down and 3.
Here we go.
He'll drop the throw. To the 8. Second and goal.
Ready, set. 18, 5 here. Let's go.
A shotgun snap. He'll look to throw. And will be brought down on what will be the final act here in this third quarter. So we'll take it to the other end as we are through 3. This is Madden Ultimate Team on EA Sports.
Ready?
Tie game, fourth quarter. What a sequence looming here as we get to... And he will drive his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Dolphins. The extra point try forthcoming. He gets it to go, and the Dolphins have broken the deadlock as they move out to a 21-14 lead. So the lead is 7 now. Here in this fourth quarter, the tie has been broken. Let's see what happens on this kickoff. Jones now on the return. Get across the 20, mark him at the 22-yard line. Set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10. They'll begin here on the ground. That one good for a dozen. And a very quick first down.
down, Mike, it just makes everything else easier. In the event you do have to face a third down the road, they're usually a lot more manageable situations, a lot easier to convert.
From the 34 now, it's 1st and 10. Whistles, play clock at 0, and that'll cost them 5.
Let's get some momentum here,
Following the penalty, they'll run it. He's inside the 40. Inside the 20. What about that? Out of bounds, all the way down inside the 15. Space getting tight here, down to the 13-yard line. They work 1st and 10. They'll stay on the ground. And he's going to be taken down. Not so easy this time. They drop him back behind the line. It's 2nd down. Stick with him again. And Strong running in deep. Inside the 10-yard line. A gain of 9 on the carry. Getting hard to hear in here. The noise very loud from the crowd. 3rd and 3. Try to pick this one up on the ground. And he's into the end zone yet again. Touchdown, New York. Is his 3rd touchdown of the afternoon. So they're not level yet. A critical extra point attempt to follow. The kick is good, and that will tie this game here in the 4th quarter.
Okay, this could be it. This could be it. This could be it.
All even. 4th quarter, everything we've wanted. What's in store in the remaining time? And this one is fielded in the end zone. Will not be returned. So it'll come out to the 30.
On the ready.
This is 1st and 10.
Cowboy 80.
They'll drop the throw. Looking for his tight end on the corner route. He's got it. Plenty of time. All 3 timeouts left. It's 1st and 10. They'll keep it on the ground. And a good run there. Going to get him 5 yards. Here's 2nd down. They'll run.
Let's go.
5-yard line. Now the Jets going to use the first of their timeouts. They'll be disappointed there after giving up the 1st down.
Gotta use them burners right now, fam. I think I stole one, chat. I think I stole one, chat.
They'll stick to the ground. Now a timeout, Jets. It'll be their 2nd. And they'll get together prior to this 2nd down play.
He got one more burner. He got one more burner.
Now this time they'll look to throw. They'll get maybe 3 out of that one, and it's going to set up 3rd down.
That should have been your last time out. I kind of like spades.
They'll run here. And that call will not get it done. The defense ready, stopping him behind the line of scrimmage. And it sets up 4th down. So now, a big spot coming here. This a potential game winner. This kick is good.
Damn, man, that's a lot of time left, man.
Final minute of this game.
And this has been such a tight game, but that's a big one right there. I mean, you need a kicker with confidence. Well, this guy, he fits the bill. He steps up and knocks it through to give his guys a lead here in the 4th quarter.
Jones now on the return. He's across the 20, taken down just shy of the 25. They'll go up for 1st and 10.
Keep that boy in. Keep that boy in.
He's not going to get too far, tackled after a gain of just a yard.
The receiver thought he had a nice soft spot in that zone coverage, and he settles down to give a nice target to the quarterback. The defense had eyes on him the entire time. Secure rally tackle prevents that from turning into a big play.
Jones motioning here. Here we go. One final play. He'll take a shot. Looking for Wilson. And that's going to be incomplete.
GG's.
We are about 15 or so miles northwest of world-famous Miami Beach as we are set for football at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens. Brandon Gaudin and Charles Davis on hand. Kickoff just moments away. Charles, quickly, keys to the game.
For me, it's coaching. Who prepared his team the best going into this one to give them the confidence to believe that they would win the game? That's who's going to come out of this one on top.
Set to go now on a beautiful sunny afternoon. And off we go in Madden Ultimate Team. And this return going to come to a quick end as he is belted at the end of that one. And they'll come out with a 3 tight end look on the first play of the drive.
Let's go now.
A play fake. Now Cunningham. And his first pass here is going to fall incomplete.
We'll have to see what kind of looks this defense is going to throw at them as this game moves along, but they're in a zone to start. I do think we'll see plenty of man coverage as we move along, but the first throw of this one, incomplete.
And it's complete to Antonio Gates.
I'm cold out there, bro.
Across the 35. That one covers 24 yards. It's a first down.
That was good protection there. No, that was great protection there because it allowed him to lock in on his receiver. Well, I think he was able to just turn it on the play all the way. Nice connection there for a really nice game.
First carry for the Hall of Famer Emmitt Smith. And nothing doing. He's immediately taken down at the line of scrimmage. Here's 2nd and 10. Off play action, it's Cunningham. Complete, Jefferson to target. And he'll go down inside the 45 before going out of bounds. 9 yards, not quite enough, and they'll be left now with 3rd and 1. Now Cunningham. Working the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he is going to have the Dolphins first down as they're able to convert on 3rd and short yardage with a gain of 4. So from the 39 now, they'll come up on a 1st and 10. A first carry now for Adrian Peterson. And he's got this down almost to the 20 before he's dropped. 17 yards for the Dolphins there as they've got themselves a first down.
That run is what defenses don't like about dealing with Adrian Peterson. His ability to drop his shoulder and run through contact.
And he's amazing at keeping those strong legs going, isn't he?
For him, no run is ever truly over. I mean, he's actually not even convinced that when they blow the whistle, he's actually down. That's how he finishes runs in a big way.
And he put up a good fight, but he's going to be taken down behind the line of scrimmage.
Sometimes you just sit back and marvel at what he can do defensively. Speed, strength, quickness, he's the whole package. And that package just wrapped up the runner for a loss.
Rolling to his left. He finds his man, complete. It's Peterson. And out of bounds all the way down at the 3. 19 yards on the pickup there, and now they'll have it 1st and goal. Here's Cunningham. This one complete to his fullback out of the backfield. Touchdown, Dolphins. Mike Burton from 3 yards out. And the Dolphins will jump on top with the game's first score here this afternoon. Extra point right down the middle. And that makes the score 7-0. The kicking team out for Miami as they will send this one away. And makes it across the 20 as his guys will set up shop at the 23-yard line. Here's Fields. Caught by Gates, left side. And they're able to get this one across the 35. After one, 7-0 on EA Sports. Start of the second quarter, and it's the Eagles in possession as they've got it with a 1st and 10. Here's Fields. A hit as he throws there, incomplete.
I think he had to unload that one before he wanted to. He was right up in his grill. I think he was a dead.
K-Dub with a new follow. K-Dub with a new follow. I appreciate it, fam. I'm going to follow you back. I ain't like them. God bless you and your loved ones. 100.
So far as the defense is certainly coordinated. Both levels doing their jobs in tandem. The back helping the front helping the back. The pressure got home on that last play and forced him to try and throw through contact and short of the sticks.
Now they face a 3rd and 10 after back-to-back incompletions. A shotgun snap, Fields. Flush to his right. And he'll have it past midfield almost to the 40 before being taken down. Fields, we know he has the good mobility. He flashes it there as he scrambles for the first down.
This guy's proven himself to be one of the best in the NFL. He brings an added dimension to their offense with his ability to read defenses and know when he's able to pull it down and take off and go.
So now 1st and 10 as they've crossed into Miami territory at the 42-yard line. Out of the gun, Fields. And this is caught. It's Brown. And they'll wind up getting this one all the way down inside the 20. That's now a pair of explosive plays in succession, both north of 20 yards. So from inside the 20, here's 1st and 10 at the 18. From the gun, here's Fields. Flushed out right. And able to get this down inside the 15, either the 13 or 14 before he's out of bounds. He'll wind up getting right about 4 there on the scramble, and it's 2nd down. Now the first carry for Adrian Peterson. And now they're inside the 10 as he's brought down at the 9. It's a 5-yard gain, but they'll still be a yard short here with 3rd down now looming.
I think we can safely say that those types of plays are the backbone of this offense. We know not every run's going to be a big hitter, but you know they'll take that type of result on each and every attempt.
He's going to go down. Sacked back at the 13-yard line. Cam Chancellor, he can do it all. This time it's a sack on the safety blitz. Defensively, they were all...
Take them 3, fam. Take them 3, fam.
Eyes just darted on him.
I wonder if he followed the progressions properly there. I think maybe he really wanted...
You hear my dog barking? That's what it means. Take them 3, fam.
So on now the field goal team for Philadelphia. From the right hash, and this one just a chippy. And his kick is indeed good. And they are on the board, but still trailing. It's 7-3. Well, still trailing here, but they do get the late field goal. Now their defense will try to keep this score right where it is heading into the locker room.
Yeah, and trailing into break, you obviously don't want to go in off of a negative play. Give them credit for that one. Finding a way to put points on the board. Give them any type of a spark, anything to build off of as they try and plan a comeback.
And he brings us out past the 20 to the 24. First down Miami as they get set to start the drive. Still more than a minute to go, so there is time if they want to mount something here.
Not only time, but they have 3 timeouts at their disposal as well, so that changes everything that you're doing here. Without those timeouts, you can only work the sidelines hoping to get out of bounds. Here, the middle of the field's still available because you can call timeout and regroup.
Give him 10 yards there, and about by the nose of the football, he's going to have a first down. Cunningham. Hit as he threw it there, and that one winds up incomplete.
So many times we've seen him try to escape the pocket and do something with his legs, but in this case, The pressure was too intense, and he made the wise choice to just get rid of the football and make sure no one was going to get it.
And that is incomplete. A lot of force bearing down on him there. He could not hang on. It's third down. Now, right where this set of downs started, they need a full 10 here to pick up the first down and move the chains. He finds his man, complete. It's Peterson. And he'll be out of bounds, but able to get it up past the 45. A Miami first down on the 14-yard pickup.
So many times in my career I've heard coaches talk about completions are one thing. As long as we're there on the catch and we get guys on the ground, we can live with that. But if you're going to give up 10, 12, 15 yards after the catch, then your defense is going to be in a lot of trouble.
Cunningham looking to throw. But it's caught on the right side of Smith. It'll be a gain of just a yard, and that'll make it second down. Cunningham to throw. Throw left side, taken in by Jefferson. Now the Dolphins going to burn the first of their timeouts as they'll stop it with 27 seconds remaining here in the second quarter. This will be play number 7 on the drive. 3rd and a yard. They'll try to run for it with Emmett. And he will have the first down, but he winds up paying for it pretty good. The Dolphins going to take their second timeout. So that means they're down to 1 remaining here as we head toward halftime. Line of scrimmage, the 37 on 1st and 10. Now Cunningham. He finds Smith out of the backfield. They'll cross over out of bounds right at the 25. The Dolphin passing game rolling here. They've got another first down. Here's Cunningham from the gun. Got his man complete over the middle. That's Green. And down inside the 15 he goes. Now a timeout signaled for, and they'll get it with 10 seconds to go before halftime. Here's a 1st and 10 at the 14-yard line.
Here we go, here we go. 79 Broncos, 7 Pirates, 7 Pirates.
Back to throw. Cunningham. And he just throws this one away. Smart decision here this close to the end zone, and it brings up second down. So with 4 seconds to go in the half, here's the field goal unit onto the field. This a 31-yard attempt. And this one is right through. And they push the lead up to a touchdown now at 10-3. So a capper there to a pretty good first half.
And I love the way that they put a chokehold on the clock and pretty much drained everything before they put the field goal on the board as they headed into the half.
So still time for the kickoff here. 1 second to go in the half as this one is away. Well, a dangerous return man showing it here. And he's able to get this all the way to the 40 before going out of bounds. That's it for the first half. 2 more quarters to go. We'll have plenty more to see after the break. And we welcome you back live now inside the booth alongside Charles Davis. I'm Brandon Gaudin, set and ready to rock for the third quarter. It's the Eagles ready to see the football first, and they trail here as we resume action in this third quarter. Oh, a good return up past the 30. And good starting field position. He'll get this one all the way up to about the 35-yard line. The Eagles offense set to begin their next drive. It's been a tight game to this point. What do they need to do, Charles, to break through in the second half and take the lead?
Well, I think the first thing they need to do is thank their defense for keeping them in this game. You know, I think the defense is saying back to them, why don't you guys focus on getting some first downs, put some drives together, give us a little bit of a break here. If we can get some rest, we'll play even better for you. And, oh, by the way, pay off a few of those drives with some points, too.
This is 2nd and 8. Now Fields. Gates with a grab. And he'll be out of bounds after getting this one across the 40. It'll go down as a gain of 6, and that'll leave him with a 3rd and 2.
They really love to get him into one-on-one opportunities, and this is one way, work him out of the slot and create a mismatch. Who's going to cover him? Corner, safety, linebacker? He's got a way to beat all of those positions.
And he is going to have an Eagles first down as they get 5 there on 3rd and 2. Got to say, I was a little surprised to see him, Charles, come out in the shotgun on 3rd and less than a yard.
Yeah, but the way the NFL is nowadays, we hardly ever see anyone really run for it on short yardage. So they're going to throw the football more times than not. That was a nice, easy rhythm throw right there.
Well, tries to force it in, and it's intercepted.
I got that boy that time check.
Take over here at their own 22-yard line. Tough one there. First drive of the 3rd quarter, throwing interception, and now it's
Got to capitalize on his turnover, though.
If they can convert this into points.
Yeah, but how good do you feel if you're that defensive coordinator right now? Because you just know that the head coach looked at him and said, turn him loose, big man. And he'd be able to take a few extra chances playing with this type of a lead, and boy, it paid off.
And that is incomplete. Oh, the coverage a little too good there, and it's 2nd down.
They went with a dime look on defense. 2 extra defensive backs on the field and covered up essentially every blade of grass. That allowed them to disrupt the play.
Third quarter of a tight football game as we come up on a 2nd and 10. Operating from the gun, Cunningham. And that's complete. It's Green here. And he'll be corralled.
Don't make me get in that bag.
Second catch for him today, and it'll wind up a first down.
And it's a real luxury when you have a guy who can turn a short throw into a solid gain at any moment. Once he caught that ball, he ID'd where the open grass was and got there in a hurry to pick up a new set of downs for his offense.
And that is incomplete. He couldn't hold on through the contact. Brings up 2nd down.
This has certainly been a physical game so far. Limited scoring opportunities for both sides. And there's another chance that goes unfulfilled.
Out of the gun here, it's Cunningham. And that falls to the ground, incomplete. A nice job of bodying him up defensively. And now it brings up 3rd down.
My first thought is surprise because that's one of the better tight ends around, and I've seen him pull in balls like this before. But how about a little credit to the defense forcing that incompletion?
So back-to-back incompletions, and that has him staring at a 3rd and 10.